The module we are going to be playing, and I do apologize for people watching just because of the scene I have to use to record this. It is going to occasionally pop back and forth between the... we might not even need it to pop back and forth between the rules, except when I'm reading the module, which let me go do really quickly here. We are going to be playing Fear itself. So just as a quick introduction for the audience and for all the players, again, to the module. The mental health clinic is used to dealing with frightening ideas, but rarely are they real. For the last month, the doctors have reported a rise in communal paranoia. The patients were claiming the shadows were growing, attacking them, and talking to them. The darkness was something to be feared. Group therapy was a disaster. No two patients could agree on any of the details. Lights had to remain on at all times, or the patients would become inconsolable. The slightest shadow led to screaming. Then the world went dark, and the lights went out. Panic erupted through the building. The all-consuming fear of the dark has made it hard to maintain order in the hospital. What's worse, stories of horrible things outside have made everyone too afraid to leave the building. The backup generator is working, although it won't last for long. Then again, can you really stay here and wait for the lights to go out once and for all? Now, for those of you who are not familiar with 10 Candles, this is a group narrative storytelling game. So everyone is going to have a part to play in creating the world and creating the story. Areas of note that you may or may not ever visit to, depending on what direction we take the story. Patient rooms, the dining hall, the rooftop, and the outside world. The goal is to take control, find somewhere safe for everyone, and get rid of all these crazy thoughts. Though in 10 Candles, it's rarely ever just all in your head. I will also be adding in an extra trait for everyone. It is not going to function like your vice and your virtue, or your brink, or your moment. It is going to be an independent trait that everyone will have one of, simply to impact the roleplay of the module. I will be using the fears, the paranoia. So everyone should have, will eventually, during character creation, we'll get to this, but we'll have some kind of phobia. And try to pick a phobia that you think may actually come into play at some point during the module, simply for narrative purposes. Alright, so, to start, because I want to double check this. No problem, Kitsune.
Okay, I'm back. It was a scammer.
Usually is when they call on any phone these days.
Especially this slate.
Oh yeah. Alright, so quick explanation of the rules. Your group communal dice pool. I am going to put in a text box with this information. We'll put it here. This will be fine. Currently you have 10 dice in your dice pool. There is 1 dice in the dice pool for every lit candle. Whenever any of your characters do something dangerous, do something that involves the dark, do something that has uncertain results, you will have to make a roll. You roll the entire dice pool, which is d6s, and all you need to succeed is a single 6. And as long as you roll more 6s than I do, you have narrative control to describe what that success will look like, and then I will take your description and narrate it into the story. You start with 10 dice. I start with 0. So as long as you are succeeding checks, you will have narrative control. When you finally do fail a check, one candle will go out, will set the truths, which I will explain when we get to that, and you will lose a die from the dice pool, which will go to my dice pool. So the farther into the story we get, the less and less control you will all have and your characters will have over what their successes actually look like in the story. All right. Everyone is going to have 4 different aspects to their character, which I will go over really quickly. You'll have 2 traits, a virtue and a vice. Easiest way to describe them, a virtue should be something that is generally positive and can solve more problems than it creates, and a vice should generally be something negative that causes more problems than it solves. Everyone will have a moment, which details an event that may, they say will in the rulebook, but may happen over the course of the game session. This moment is something that will help your character find hope in the darkness of the world. If lived successfully, you gain what's known as a hope die, which is a d6 that only you get to roll during your checks. The hope dice is something that only you get.
Okay, sorry about that. My internet.
Not a problem.
I'm just gonna leave your stream up in the background to where I can scream at you to let me back in.
Okay.
Sorry about that. What did I miss?
Where were we when you disconnected?
You're talking about the next trait.
Okay, yeah. You have a vice and a virtue. A virtue is generally something that solves more problems than it creates. A vice is the inverse. It creates more problems than it solves.
Okay, I do know about that stuff. I did watch the stuff on your screen, so I do know about the brink and the virtues and stuff.
Okay, I'm still going to go over it because some people might not.
Yeah, better safe. I didn't know where you were.
Yep. I'm just going over the moment. A hope die is a dice that only you get to roll during checks, and it succeeds on a 5 or a 6. The final trait is brinks. Brinks are hidden and will only enter play once characters become exhausted and pushed to the limits. They are dark, dangerous, and deadly traits, which represent the extreme means and measures that your character is capable of succumbing to when pushed to the brink. We can skip that. So, now we have character creation. The first step in character creation is for the group to collectively determine traits. Traits are one-word descriptive adjectives that define who a character is. Every character has the 2 traits, a vice and a virtue. Virtues are something the character is proud of, otherwise helpful, positive, etc. I already explained kind of what those mean. How to write a trait. Keep each trait to a single word, preferably a descriptive adjective. Come up with words, not the meaning behind them. Traits can and should be vague, as this will allow more flexibility of use during play. Examples of virtues can be lucky, resourceful, merciful, daring, handsy, subtle, and strong. Examples of vices can be afraid, greedy, naive, controlling, claustrophobic, rash. So, everyone go ahead. You're going to use the text option and do your virtue in one and your vice in another. So everyone should come up with those 2 traits now and type them in just on the screen.
I have a question.
Yes.
You said at one point that you might have hidden roles for us, like we were patient or doctors, but try not to reveal it to everyone. Are you going to do that? And if so, should we know before we make our traits? Or after?
You should not know before you make your traits.
All right.
Is Pyro a good one?
But you will know before you make your moment.
Pyro is not a good virtue, probably.
Yeah,
More of a vice.
definitely a vice.
Yeah, I have no idea how to drag that though.
Oh,
Choose the select tool like normal.
and I'm just gonna put in vice for that.
Vice and then a trait. Ooh.
I'm gonna do this because I never get to play this because it's a terrible trait to have.
I think it's a vice.
No,
Is
this
Brave
is
a
my
vice?
vice.
Oh, that's worse. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going
Intelligent,
to-
good. Curious, not so great.
And make sure to put if it's a virtue or a vice.
Oh, oops, sorry.
No, that's fine. I did that for you.
At least I didn't choose the color to be black for the ink. That wouldn't really work, would it?
We wouldn't be able to read it. I'd have to change it.
More work for the streamer.
Yeah, I know. It's funny, making me work.
Not like you wouldn't do the same if our roles were reversed.
No, I wouldn't.
There we go, that's slightly better. Roll20 cannot make up its mind about how to align the text in these grids.
Yeah, honestly, we have plenty of space. You can put them kind of like that. What? There we
Yeah,
go.
come on, Kitsune, live a little.
What do you mean?
Well, you're gonna live for a little bit and then we're gonna die.
Yeah.
Touche.
Death is kind of an inevitable in this game. For anyone watching, this is a tragic horror, not a survival horror. All player
Our characters don't know that though.
Yeah, your characters
Yeah.
do not know that, but we as the players and the storytellers and the audience all know that this story ends with everyone dying, in case you were
I've
curious.
already been thinking about
Like,
how
give
my
me a chance.
character's gonna...
Don't.
Say that again,
We
El?
don't-
Yeah, you gotta pretend at least there's like a 1 in 100 chance that maybe it could. Otherwise, it'd be funner that way. The tiniest
Yeah.
bit of hope. Otherwise,
Now-
that's just going to crush it.
Now is my favorite part of character creation.
Uh-oh.
All the vices are getting passed to the left, and all the virtues are getting passed to the right. So what you thought you were
oh
giving?
my gosh. I forgot about this. I'm gonna have such a terrible character. I am a resourceful
Oh, I
pyro.
remember. I just didn't care.
Mine would go to... This would go over to Taylor, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
my
great.
gosh.
I get
Why?
to play a... Oh, no!
So yes,
Resourceful Pyro.
Illiren.
It actually kind of works together.
Yeah,
Intelligent.
Illiren, you are brave and curious. Taylor, you are resourceful and a pyro. Kitsune, you are intelligent and greedy.
This is not going to end well.
All of your
I mean,
characters
I already know
are
it wasn't.
great, but all of your characters also suck.
I get to play something I am not by being intelligent.
Now, the next thing that we need to make... Well, first I will explain how traits are used. Using your traits, whenever you have to roll to resolve a conflict. If one of your traits is the top, I'd say card, but if it is the top aspect of your stack, you may choose to expend that trait to reroll all dice that landed on a 1. If you use a trait in this way, you must bring that trait into the resulting conflict narration in some kind of significant way. For example, you might describe a virtue assisting your character in overcoming a challenge, while a vice might be triggered as a result of it. which might bring on a whole new set of problems to deal with. You cannot burn both your vice and your virtue in the same scene. In this case, expend, because we're not sitting around a table with a tea candle that we can actually use to physically burn a card.
Aw.
I want to burn something.
Taylor really
Uh,
wants to burn stuff.
Traits define your character. Even if they are not active and cannot be burned for their benefit or have already been used, they should still impact your character's personality and continue to be incorporated into roleplay. I've already introduced the module to you all.
Right.
So, the next thing we're going to do is create character concepts. But, before we create character concepts, Taylor,
What?
Kitsune, Illiren. What? Okay, let me double check something. Why?
Going on that's like a technical issue for selecting something and dealing it out. You could always just roll for it randomly and DM us.
Oh,
Alright, let me do it this way. There we go. Each of you should now have one card in your hand. If you go down to that card, it should show you if you're either a doctor or a patient.
I think I know what this is, but I'm
If
not
you-
100% sure.
If you're a doctor, you will look like a doctor. If you're a patient, you will look like a crazy dude in orange.
Yeah, okay.
okay.
I know what it is now. Yeah. I just wasn't 100% sure because I'm like, what's the other image supposed to look like? Are they similar?
Not at all.
This is going to be fun.
Okay. Now we are going to create our character concepts. It should contain 3 important key aspects. Their name, come up with a name and put that in one text box. And then for the concept block, put in what they look like, and like what you would see if you looked over them with a quick glance, as well as the core concepts. So in a few words, who are they? What are they? What did they do in the world, etc. Try when you are making your concept, talking about like who they are, what they are, etc. Don't reveal if you are a patient or a doctor in those blurbs. Like if you are a patient, try to talk about like who you are and like what you did like prior to coming to the asylum, whether it was coming to work at the asylum or residing in the asylum. Put that up here. So we really want to kind of hide who are the doctors and who are the patients in the group.
All right, so we need a name, physical description, and a background.
Yeah, put the name in one text block and just kind of put it over your actual player name like I did for Kitsune. And then put the physical description and the general concept description underneath for now, underneath your vice.
Oh, black text.
Mm-hmm.
Page reloaded, default reset.
While you guys are doing it, I'll read you the description they give. A sample concept for a character named Andrew Litwell, mid-40s, salt and pepper hair with a long black coat, retired lawyer. Or William Billy Cale, 9-year-old with a bright face and dark eyes. Just a kid.
I need to adjust my font size for this one.
Yeah, you don't want it to be.
And it's not letting me.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
My
that's
screen is
that's
yelling
fine.
at me
I'm
so
not
hard.
even done with this. I wasn't even able to put just what I'm wearing yet.
But
Oh,
How
just
can I edit?
go to the arrow tool
Yeah.
and then just double click on it.
There we go. And then I guess I can highlight and change my text size.
Yeah,
Or-
it shouldn't be too big. The size you have right there is probably fine.
Okay.
Is that supposed to read cosplayer?
Yeah.
and I don't think you can have red eyes. That's not. Like,
I
this is
forgot
a-
to remove my contacts. I forgot to remove my contacts and they fused in my eye. Okay, yeah, I'll change from red eyes to.
Yeah, this is supposed to be at least fairly based in reality to start with.
Yeah,
Okay then, I know what I'll do. One. I can get away with having one green eye and one blue eye because that is a condition. It's a fairly rare condition, but
I would be more upset if I didn't know your character was going to die. Uh,
why?
it's very Mary
I'm
Sue.
Lily. I'm Lily.
I'm fixing your spelling
I
again.
don't even. Yeah, sorry about that.
No, that's fine. If I happen to notice
I don't
anything
even-
horribly misspelled,
I don't even know where I'm going with it. It's just, I was going for a cosplayer vibe. So, black dress with white lace can fit a lot of characters from different shows. I'm not meaning, I swear to God, I didn't mean to make it a Mary Sue.
Here's the backstory I came up with based on my new virtue and vice.
All right. I'm
It
actually
works.
gonna drag everyone's stuff down a bit.
I don't even know what I would do for a background.
Like
Twitch
You,
thought.
aspiring actress? Were you a nerd that was going through college? And were you working on a nursing degree? Anything like that? Because intelligent and greedy seems to fit very well into the idea of going into the medical field somewhere. Not sure, whether that worked out for you or if something happened and you're a patient here, but
You know what? Wanted to be a doctor. Oh, nurse.
either or.
And actor. Wanted to be a nurse and actor.
An actor.
Oh god.
I can Pelin. Ellen.
Trust me, I was a doctor for pretend.
All I can think of is Demolition Ranch.
I'm a doctor.
Doctor.
Sort of.
Ish.
Demolition Ranch is an awesome frickin'. I like those.
So,
guys.
Bruce, any progress on your backstory? I said that weird. Came
He's
out of
the
my mouth
whole-
weird.
Yeah, how's it going, El?
No, He's Bruce Rodrigues. He's Spanish Hulk.
Oh God.
Uh-oh. That's even worse.
What? No. Probably. What are we doing again?
Things.
Okay. Mid-20s, long hair, looks tired, bargain bin clothing.
You wouldn't like me when I'm enojado.
I'll get back to you on that eventually, whatever it was.
I gotta figure out a voice to do for my character.
Say that, you'll get back to us on what, Il?
What? Are we doing something?
Long hair, looks tired all the time, bargain bin clothes. So he's Aizawa from My Hero
Who?
Academia.
And what did you do, what did you do kind of before now?
Like an old job, aspirations in school. If you're mid-20s,
Like, I'm assuming Lily
in
was
college.
Lily is probably what, like just past student age.
But looks a lot younger than she really is.
Okay.
It's the small petite.
Dwarfism makes you look like you're 7.
Pretty much. It has a voice like this. Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, don't. Not this game.
Nope.
No. I'll probably be doing like a voice like this.
It kind of worked for Crush, not so much here.
Oh, I know.
God.
Who's this crush?
Hey, I'm a sergeant. I can use my drill sergeant voice.
Uh-oh.
God.
I'm scared.
Have to be standing up to do it properly, though.
3 to 5 hour standing session. Go.
Yeah, no, I will probably pace for most of this this RPG,
Drop and
just
give
so
me
that I
50.
can properly yell at people with the proper posture the
Oh my
entire
God.
time.
Drop and give me 50.
Also, I have crappy lungs, so when I actually have to sound angry, I have to put more force into it, and I can't do that when I'm like laying or sitting back in a chair or something. I could maybe do it if I lean forward pretty far, but I don't want to do that. It's easier to just stand up. Plus, hey, I could use the exercise, right?
How's
I think I
the
should also put a hip
Oh,
pocket
hold
on
up, guys.
this.
How's the past coming, Il?
Keep talking about halfway done.
Okay.
I forgot to start writing. How do you write? What is English?
English is
Yo
just
habla en español?
three languages in a trench coat, mugging various various other languages for spare grammar.
That's about right.
Yeah, I can't argue with that, huh?
For instance, did you guys know taco in Spanish is taco?
Yeah, American English especially is notorious for just stealing words from other languages.
Yeah, it's
Taco.
like, that's a nice word. It's ours now.
I mean, I don't mind. I love all sorts of different languages, so it's fun learning about different stuff. Heck, English itself isn't very consistent. You know, one of my favorite weird examples of this is in most other languages, the word for pineapple is samosa or something similar to that. You know why it's called pineapple in English?
Why?
Because apple in English, until fairly recently, actually just meant some sort of fruit or some sort of plant product. Hence, the apple in the Garden of Eden was not literally an apple. In the old stories, they would just use any fruit. And so a pineapple was the old name for a pine cone. So when people started bringing this to mainland America, they're like, that looks kind of like a pine cone. Let's call it that.
Jesus. And then they found pine cones and they're like, oh, fuck.
No, they knew about pine cones the entire time. They just called it like a pineapple fruit. And the other one was pine apples. And eventually people just started calling them pine cones for some reason, even though a lot of them aren't cones. But, you know, English is weird.
All right.
The more you know.
Illuminati would like to know your location.
Knowing
They
is half
already
the
know it.
battle.
All right. Next up,
The other half is extreme violence.
we are going to be planning our moments.
Oh.
Moments detail a personal scene or event that will be played out for each character, hopefully, at some point during the session. Significantly, in living this moment, a character will have the opportunity to find hope. You might find this hope in an act of heroism, in solving a mystery about them or the sunless sky, in completing a goal, in reaching an area of safe haven, or in some other accomplishment. To establish moments, each player should it says take another index card, should open a fresh text box and write down, I will find hope, ellipsis, and then fill in the rest with the moment for your character. Moments should encapsulate an event that would be reasonable to achieve and kept clear to provide strong direction to fold them into the narrative. Because remember, we want to fold them into a narrative as a group. You don't want to have one person write a moment and then have everyone else just completely ignore it narratively. You do want to try to steer the story slowly in a direction that'll allow people, hopefully, the chance to at least attempt their moment. They should be personal to your character. Think of it as a scene where your character will take the spotlight. Consider what would be important and impactful to them. Moments should have the power to restore a character's hope in the world, often by reaching a place, finding something, uncovering a truth, or seeking a minute of rest from the darkness. However, all moments should also have the potential for failure. Examples of moments. I will find hope in a moment of prayer at a quiet church, when one of them lies dead at my feet, when the truth of the sky is revealed to me, when I find my sister dead or alive, in the contents of my stash back home, when the fallout shelter's door closes. During play, once a character's moment becomes active, it may then be lived. At this point, players should start looking for a chance to weave it into the story. It is up to everyone to work together in order to make moments happen and to make them evocative, intense, and most importantly, actually hopeful. When a character is ready to live their moment, a conflict roll is required, and do tell me when you want to live your moment, and we will as a group start steering the story in that direction, and I will eventually call for you to make your moment roll when it is time. If the roll is successful, hope is inspired. You have gained a respite of peaceful prayer, etc., 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 etc. If the roll is unsuccessful, hope is lost. Prayer is interrupted. They easily stand up to gunfire. You can't get someplace, etc. Once the moment is resolved, either successfully or unsuccessfully, you remove it from your stack. If hope is lost, if you fail your moment, it immediately ends a scene, as normal, with any failed conflict. And you then proceed to the next scene. If you succeed your hope roll, you are rewarded with the hope dice. So everyone should go ahead and create their moments now.
That one fine. We'll find hope when I get my mask.
What mask?
I'm a cosplayer.
I'm not sure, like, the thing that bugs me about that, how will that help you find hope? And in what way can that go wrong? So, like, for mine, I will find hope when we find the guard's equipment, because, hey, we got equipment now, but also it might not be in the room where they would normally have it, or somebody got to it first,
I will say
or
that
it's
is
crappy, or...
that is
Yeah.
probably not something that would be in an asylum.
Depends on the asylum, but I can change that, yes.
No, not the guard's equipment.
mask.
Someone's personal mask, yeah, for cosplaying.
But
I'm
yes,
trying to
so
play it
like,
off the whole greedy part.
Well, you don't need to do that in your moment. Your moment just
Yeah.
needs to be something for your
Okay.
character where you will be able to find hope.
Okay.
Keep things like intelligent and greedy and resourceful, curious, etc. in mind when role playing your character. You don't
but
need to.
the way you are doesn't necessarily give you hope.
Yeah, and it doesn't need to be. You don't need to look at like your virtue and your
How
vice and
about
say, okay,
that?
this is the one dimension character that I'm playing. I'll find hope when I save someone. That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, that's vague. I like it.
Ooh. Nice.
I am in control of the situation. I like it.
Scene. Oh, there's his moment.
All right.
So wait, I forgot. So you can narrate the virtue to reroll ones in a roll. What does the vice do again?
Same thing. You have to tie it into the current scene and how you resolve the problem.
Fair enough.
All right. Now, everyone, underneath what you currently have written down, make a new text box and simply write the word brink. Just like that.
I'm spawning new text boxes all over the place.
Kitsune, stop leaving your text boxes all over here. It's
I
disgusting.
can't. I'm sorry.
We have a house meeting about this.
Yeah, all you have to write down is brink, ill.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I was looking up to spell it.
Spelling
Alright.
is spelling. Needs it.
Brinks
That is correct.
Brinks are special. At this point, everyone should have a good idea of the characters at the table, who they are, why they're there, what's going on, and maybe even the traits and future hopeful moments of your fellow survivors. We all know these. For the next piece of character creation, every player is going to have a brink. These are going to be hidden. Writing a brink is much like writing a trait. However, instead of describing who a character is, they describe what a character is capable of. Rather than representing the character they are, brinks are hidden traits which show what the character may become when pushed to the edge of fear, hopelessness, and desperation. When everything else has burned away, a character's brink is their last dark refuge. Whether a character will embrace their brink or eschew its temptations and refuse to give up hope is each player's decision to make, but in the shadows of the apocalypse, even the strong may give into the darkness before inevitably realizing what they have become, and more importantly, what they have sacrificed. The reality of the brink should be a dangerous thing. It need not be rooted in violence in order to be dangerous, especially with them in the hunt. Brinks are meant to demonstrate that a character has broken, and while brinks may create their own plethora of problems, they usually do, when embraced, the biggest concern should be amongst the survivors. Brinks should truly call a character's humanity, sanity, reliability, or trustworthiness into question. For this reason, regardless of what a brink is, they must be kept a secret until you use them. Otherwise, your fellow survivors might distrust you from the start. Of course, that would work out much better if one of them didn't already know about it.
Ooh.
To create brinks, everyone should write down, I've seen, and don't do this yet, should write down, I've seen you, and then fill in the brink. But you don't get to choose your own brink. Instead, everyone chooses the brink for the player sitting on their left.
Can DM over Discord,
Yes,
and
not
then you can just display it on the GM layer so that the stream can see what's happening and we won't know it.
yes, not
I will not look at your stream then. I have
I'm
that pulled up just in case.
I'm not going to put it on the stream.
Okay. I do have that up in a separate tab.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have it hidden in Discord chat until someone needs to pull it. Not only will you know about the brink of your character, but you will also know the brink for the player sitting next to you, since you're writing it for them. And by extension, your character will also know this information. In this manner, each character has seen what another character is capable of. Perhaps it was before the world went dark, or even just a few days ago. Either way, you've seen that character pushed to the edge. Maybe you'll warn the other survivors, perhaps you'll confront them directly, or you may just wait to see how it all plays out. Regardless, each character knows about the dark truth about one of their companions, for good or ill. How to write a brink. Brinks should be kept to a single word or a short descriptive phrase, just as with the traits. Don't worry about making them too specific. The more situations they can apply to, the better for the player when it comes time to build them into a story. When writing a brink, it is also suggested that you write a short explanation outlining when or where your character saw the brink embodied by your neighbor. Examples of brinks. I have seen you kill, abandon, rage, lie, hide, cry, sacrifice, freeze, collapse, fight, run. I have seen you worship them. I have seen you break down. While we were on the run, you lost it over this dead dog. You cried for hours. I almost left you behind. These are all examples of brinks. So, for all of you, and Illiren, you are not going to be doing this. You will be doing something different. But for Kitsune, you are writing a brink for Taylor's character. Taylor.
Send it to you first for
Yes. DM me on Discord the brink you want to give to the other person. If I approve it, I will let you know, and then I will send it to them. Taylor, you're going to be writing a brink for Illiren.
All right.
Now, during this process, two of the players will find themselves in interesting positions because I'm also included. I get to write brinks. Isn't that fun? The player sitting to the left of me, which is going to be Kitsune, has the secret of their brink safe from the other players. Because it is not another character who has seen what you're capable of, but them. I will write a brink for you, framing it instead as they have seen you. They have seen this character pushed to the edge, and they want to push them right back there again. The person sitting to my right, which in this case is Illiren, has a unique responsibility. It is you, Illiren, who writes a brink for them, framed as I have seen them, and determining through it what they are capable of. Through writing this brink, the player in question holds a lot of power to establish the abilities or even identity of them. Because of this, the antagonists you face in each session of 10 Candles will drastically vary based on whatever the brink is established for them. Examples of brinks for them. I have seen them move like shadows, shapeshift in front of me, consume the dead, possess the living, etc. There are basically no restrictions when establishing brinks for them, and you can be as specific or as vague as you want it to be. Since every single game of 10 Candles has a different style of antagonist, any number of horror tropes can be embraced. They can be robots, aliens, Zombies, demons, shapeshifters, nightmares, fairies, ghosts, hive-minded hounds, or burrowing insects. Maybe they serve a mysterious lady in red, or gain knowledge of anyone they kill. Perhaps they were created by man, or some ancient elder god. They may be darkness incarnate, or flesh and blood. They may die, or they may be death itself. They may speak in lies and whispers, or lay traps and illusions of light and safety. Maybe they hunger, maybe they hate, maybe they remember. There is only one rule. Brinks for them can only establish a strength, a power, or an identity. It can never establish a weakness. They only have one weakness, the light. So everyone, go ahead, come up with the Brinks for the other characters, DM them to me. For this duration, folks, I know it's going to pop up on the screen here and look really weird. I am going to bring it over to the Be Right Back screen, since I don't want anyone to see what any of the other Brinks are. And that includes, in this case, the audience. I don't want the audience to see what the other Brinks are either. So, what does everyone think of their Brink?
I love it.
I'm glad you love it.
Yeah.
I'm getting to play the
What?
character Kitsune wanted to play.
Yeah, I know. It makes
Yeah.
me mad. It makes me mad, so I forced it on you.
Kitsune, I'm
Okay.
shocked. You just watched it drift. You should have known.
Yeah, you just like
I
that
know
was
I
like a week and a
should.
half ago, maybe.
Look, I haven't had any energy drinks in me today, and I just bought a 24-pack of the 16-ounce cans of NOS. I really need to break into one. I swear, the inside of my cabinet looks like one of those retail store shelves for the energy drink.
All right. Now I'm going to explain how a Brink works. After rolling to resolve a conflict, if your Brink is the active piece of your stack, which this is your stack, your vice, your virtue, your moment, and your Brink. That is known as your stack. I will say, keep in mind, you have to go top to bottom. So let's say you want to use your moment. If you have your vice or your virtue above your moment in your stack, you have to use those before you can use your moment. You have to use whatever is the first thing in your stack before you can use the next, before you can use the next, specifically before you can use your Brink. Your Brink is always the final aspect of your character that can get used. But after rolling to resolve a conflict, if your Brink is active, you may choose to embrace it. This allows you to reroll, and you have to reroll, the entire dice pool. When a Brink is embraced, the full dice pool must be rerolled, even dice that have landed on a 6. Once the reroll is resolved, if it was successful, at least one dice landed on a 6, or in the case of a hope die, a 5 or a 6, the conflict is successful. You proceed as normal, and I'll get to what normal means in a second. Unlike traits, with a successful Brink reroll, you get to keep the Brink and may continue to embrace it in the future. You may even embrace your Brink again in the same scene. If a Brink is embraced and the roll fails, you have been consumed by your Brink. As normal, a scene immediately ends. You lose your hope dice if you have one, and your Brink goes away. This is, by the way, the only way a hope dice can be lost. Like with traits, Brinks need not be directly tied to overcoming an encounter in order to be used. They just need to be tied into the outcome of the narration. Now, I will tell you what I mean by normal. So, that's a sample roll for the first scene of the game. Now, all you need to succeed is at least 1 6. In this roll, I rolled 2 6s, so this would be a success.
I mean, what are the chances of getting a fail on the first roll?
Pretty high.
Evidently.
Now, you'll also see there are 2 1s that have been rolled. When a roll is resolved, obviously, you can use your virtue or your vice tied into the narration to re-roll all 1s. Any 1s that are remaining in the roll when you resolve the roll are removed from the dice pool. Not permanently, but until the current scene ends. It's this mechanic that kind of lets the game continue to move forward, since in this case, if this was the first roll of the game, and I didn't use a reroll, say, the party would be down to 8 dice on the next time a check was made. I don't get those dice, but they are just put off to the side until the next scene. Okay. So, at this point, everyone has a hidden brink, a concept, a moment, and 2 traits. I have a single brink. Over the course of the game, you'll slowly work through these one by one, burning each of them away in time. The next step is to arrange these into stacks. The concepts are set aside, which is why I pulled them down to the bottom. It's just for your reference.
But
Also,
I wanted to invoke my salt and pepper mustache.
next, you stack the rest of your cards in whatever order you want. Within the groups, all brinks should be at the bottom, which they already are. And ideally, not more than 1 moment should be at the top. During play, only the top card of each stack is active. You may not burn a trait until it is active. You may not try to resolve a moment until it is active. Brinks can only be embraced after your vice, your virtue, and your moment are all expended. Also, as a side note, while you may hint at your brink through roleplay, you should avoid to succumbing to your brink outright before it becomes active. After that, go crazy. Once your stacks are...
This is for that phrasing.
Yeah. Once your stacks are built, they cannot be changed. So now everyone, take a little bit of time, order your stack. Again, the top is your first, the second is your second, this is your third, and then your brink. So go ahead, order your stack in whatever way you think it would best fit.
Kind of have to work with each other to try and move them around.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys can talk to each other and order your stacks. It's the only thing that's technically hidden.
We literally have to. We don't have control over the ones other people typed that you moved.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You can move those.
Yeah, let me actually fix this here. Kitsune. Well, all of you discuss with each other really quickly about what order you want stuff to be in, and then I'll go through person by person, ask you what order you want it in, because I can actually control all of them. I'll just order it the way you want. So go ahead, discuss amongst each other about what you think would be best.
I want my moment to be first. It hasn't failed me yet.
Oh,
okay,
boy.
I was gonna say that, but you can have that, and I'll just have mine after my.
You can both have your moment first. It's possible.
Yes. The joke is, every time I've done that, it's never worked out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm doing it.
I will say,
Consistency.
do keep in mind they do.
Go ahead.
Sorry, continue.
Say mine feels like it narratively it should be more of a mid to late game hope.
I would agree with that.
Mine can be played either way because we could always come across an NPC that I could use my moment on, or I could be saving one of you. So it can go either way with mine.
Yeah, I feel
Mine
like
works beginning to end, but it probably be better up front.
Okay.
Possibly, yeah. I think I'm actually good with the order mine in right now.
Okay.
That actually seems about right to me. Like narratively thinking about where my character might go with different stuff. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Illiren, you said you wanted your
Make brave last.
brave last. Okay.
Interesting.
That'll be it. Yeah.
And what about for you, Kitsune?
I think I might have a moment just middle. Or
Okay.
yeah, I think that would work. Intelligent, that's a very versatile one, and then saving someone in the middle.
Huh.
And then you want greedy as your last one?
Why not? 'Cause at that
Okay.
point, I kind of need to be greedy.
Okay.
Well, it'll serve you well for the last couple hours of your life.
Yeah.
Greedily went to my death.
Well,
Now.
not necessarily
Yeah.
dying. We could also get like transmogrified into something or possessed or whatever other fail condition you want to impose.
It's
Yes.
mutated into a dog hybrid.
Do you
Do you
keep
know
in
the,
No.
do you know
keep-
the, like,
do you keep in mind you don't you in some way get removed from the story at the end, but in this game it basically means you're dead. Keep in mind the antagonist in this game is an entity or group that is hunting humans.
Basically, like the Predator.
Yes, except it's more like global hunt, and they're hunting humans to extinction, basically.
Okay.
Like, keep in mind, when it says the world, like the lights have gone out, it literally means the world is dark. The
Got
basic
hot, so I shut off the sun.
the basic concept for the game is 10 days ago the world went dark. 5 days ago they came. Today you are alive. They describe it as the world went dark, like the stars all went out and someone threw a blanket over the sun. The only light remaining was man-made light, electrical, candle, flashlights, etc.
Hence 10
until
candles.
eventually power grids short-circuited, reactors overloaded or had failures, and slow generators began to expire, batteries began to die. Fire was no longer something you had easy access to, and lights have slowly across the globe begun to extinguish.
This is, of course, very good for our residents' nyctophobia.
I was going to say, we have one more aspect left to do. I need
Just realized-
everyone looking at their character's virtue, their vice, their moment, their brink, and their concept. Everyone, I need you to make one final text box below your brink. You are going to write phobia and come up with a phobia for your character. Everyone will have one thing that they truly fear. More than anything else.
Sorry for the spelling.
There you go.
Ooh.
So yes,
makeup remover.
before we begin, everyone come find some kind of phobia that you think would fit with your character. And then after everyone's put them down, we'll go through and everyone will say what their phobia is. As well as what it is actually the fear of.
You know what? When I think of my character, I can just think of a fear of spiders. Arachnophobia, would that work?
It could.
Okay, I'm going to.
Going to Google is more than acceptable.
I pulled up a phobia page. Some fun ones. Agoraphobia, fear of streets. Albuminurophobia, fear of kidney disease.
Keep in mind, you want to try and pick something for your phobia that will actually has the potential to narratively be come up in the story.
Oh yeah, no, I'm enjoying some of the weird phobias.
Yeah, you don't want like
Aladoxophobia, which I think is a weird one because it's fear of opinions, and that would scare somebody that I thought it was weird.
I just got what you went there.
Navel phobia, fear of looking up.
I was jokingly thought about doing a fear of fire.
geez, going all in on the pyro.
Yeah, no, Silence had
But-
enough of fire this so far today, right? And by
There's
fire,
a
I mean
story
Milta.
behind that.
Fuck your melt to guns.
So many Milta guns.
Fucking salamanders. Actually, I'm not even sick of the melted guns. I'm sick of the fact that my entire army of Tesla cannons with -1 to AP from 0 was completely negated.
Yeah, that wasn't on purpose. That
Oh.
I'm guessing you guys were
complete
playing
coincidence.
Warhammer.
Yeah, for those of you who
I
are
accidentally
confused.
picked a complete hard counter to his army's tech.
Yeah, for those of you who are confused, Taylor and I both play Warhammer 40k, and we played a game against each other earlier today. And I played Necrons with an ability to take all of my weapons, most of which had 0 armor penetration, and move them to level 1 armor penetration, which the race he played completely negated that ability.
I'm not gonna lie, it was a random pick. It was a lucky random pick.
I feel like it would have been better taking that one that let me like run around and charge and advance and move through buildings and units and everything, and just play an army of pure melee.
That's what I did with the other one.
Yeah, I
We'll
hear
see
it's
how-
had like half my army be those, and like the other half be like canoptic wraiths and scarabs and flayed ones. And...
Oh yeah, no, it would have been a completely different battle.
Oh yeah. I still think the army list I put together, especially with my lack of real knowledge and experience with the current editions ever since 5th, was a good army list. It just was not the right opposing army to play it against. Like, I feel like if you had ended up playing like orcs or something, that would have... Huh? You were breaking up there.
Well, it would be a decent list. It's just it happened.
And we have a robot.
The one that was a counter to it. I wasn't even like I know you mentioned.
You cut out again. Hey, welcome.
They're coming out with new stuff. Oh, I'm.
Yeah, Taylor, you're cutting in and out a lot.
Is this any better? I have the.
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear
Hello,
you
yes,
now.
no, maybe.
Yes.
My phobia is.
I was gonna say, I need phobias for Taylor and Illiren.
I will be hopping back in voice chat after I restart Discord, unless it's fine now, in which case I will continue looking at phobias.
It sounds good now.
Okay. I was trying to say that actually I forgot what I was trying to say. Oh, I was trying to say that the 9th edition codexes for Marines and Necrons are coming out soon, so if we played in like 2 or 3 weeks it would have been completely different even with the same lists.
That's fair.
Decidophobia, fear of making decisions. Me right now.
Yeah.
I was tempted to make my phobia a fear of
Okay.
nerds and then just be afraid of myself.
What?
Dementophobia, fear of insanity.
Perfect for an asylum.
Illiren, what is monophobia?
Fear of being alone.
Okay. Kitsune,
Oh,
what
you
is
know who-
arachnophobia?
Fear of spiders.
Okay. I think most people knew that, but just in case.
I thought it would be kind of fitting for being in a dark asylum. Chances are there'd be a whole bunch of spiders. Ugh,
Potentially, we'll have to see.
don't like spiders.
I would generally decide between monophobia or hapetophobia, the fear of being touched.
Hmm.
Fear of
Monophobia is
Germany
probably better.
isn't going to come up.
What?
Fear of Germany, or fear of growing old.
Well, you don't have to worry about growing old in this game.
Never know.
Maybe they can make you
How-
grow old really
How does
quickly.
this even work? Human brains are so weird. Feeling pleasure.
Ow!
Ah, here's one that might come up. And it kind of works.
Okay.
Ta-da! Jizz, for the record, for anyone watching. Fear of blood.
Yes.
Okay.
Combat trauma.
Yeah, that would do it.
Works very
Especially
well
if
for
you're
your
going with
character.
the drill sergeant vibe. Some messed up crap, and voila.
All right. So,
Fear of ideas. Okay, I'm done.
we have
Closing the page. So now, if any of us are stuck alone with spiders that bleed, we're in trouble.
Oh no!
Oh yeah.
Now, unfortunately, we can't do the last step. In the future, I am hoping to, just to people watching, I am hoping to do at some point a full campaign of 10 Candles games. And I will be doing this, but just so people know how the game usually begins, before the game is supposed to begin, and again, we're not going to be doing this today, there's normally one last task before you begin playing. And that is to record a parting message for the world they will inevitably leave behind. For this recording, if you're playing in person, you generally pass a digital voice recorder around the table, allowing each player to leave one final message as their character. For the recording, your character may leave a brief message they wish. They might call out to family members, foreshadow their moments, request aid from anyone who might be listening, or simply say goodbye. Whatever the message, make sure it's recorded, and then you turn the recorder over to the GM when everyone has contributed. Once the recording is complete, the first scene begins. Now, we can't obviously do this because we're not set up to do it.
I mean,
But
we're literally recording ourselves.
Yeah. The way it normally happens is everyone goes through, says the recording, and then after the last candle goes out and all the characters are dead, you do the final truths, which is just the world is dark, and then you play all of the recordings again that people left right before the beginning of their last, however long the game lasts.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fairly dark, somber aspect of the game. That you start the game by recording your final messages in case shit goes wrong.
Because it will go wrong.
And then shit eventually goes wrong. And the final thing you actually experience in game is listening to all of these people's essentially dying messages again. It's pretty dark, but it's very thematic.
All right.
So, before we begin, I will once again read the module so everyone can get themselves back into the mindset of the game we are playing. Fear itself. The mental health clinic is used to dealing with frightening ideas, but rarely are they real. For the last month, the doctors have reported a rise in communal paranoia. The patients were claiming the shadows were growing, attacking them, and talking to them. The darkness was something to be feared. Group therapy was a disaster. No two patients could agree on any of the details. Lights had to remain on at all times, or the patients would become inconsolable. The slightest shadow led to screaming. Then the world went dark, and the lights went out. Panic erupted through the building. The all-consuming fear of the dark has made it hard to maintain order in the hospital. What's worse, stories of horrible things outside have made everyone too afraid to leave. The backup generator is working, although it won't last for long. Then again, can you really stay here and wait for the lights to go out once and for all? So, as a group, I would like everyone to pick a starting location. Whatever that may be. Where is your group going to be starting?
You know what I kind of want to do?
What?
I kind of want us to start out having just gotten to the doors out of the asylum and finding out they're locked and barred.
You know what? That actually sounds like a good idea. Like we would have all met up on the way there. That actually is a pretty damn good idea.
So we start off at the entrance, just
Yep.
inside.
Having found out that there is no way to get out through that door. Does that sound good for everyone?
That sounds good to me. Alright. I believe this will work.
And I will apologize in advance if I'm yelling at you. My character is yelling at your character. I'm not yelling at you. Just clarifying.
I will be sure to turn down my volume then.
Can everyone hear the music playing?
I can hear it.
Then we're ready to begin.
All right, where do we go from here? That's the question.
Bruce Rodrigues, Mitch Fuller, and Lily. All of you were present in the asylum when the world went dark. At first, you thought it was some kind of rare event, something that hadn't been experienced before. However, eventually the second day came, and the third, and the fourth. Some people at first left. However, the generators in the asylum were working, and all of you felt fairly comfortable that, eventually this is going to pass, it's going to end, things will be okay, they'll go back to normal. You were in touch at first with people who had left, though from all of your experiences, life in the asylum was fairly hectic. Especially in some of the more intense wards. Inmates in the asylum, residents became increasingly paranoid, even violent at times, as the darkness continued day by day. And then, slowly, even people who had been returning began not showing up. Contact with the outside world slowly began to disappear. Radio stations went silent. The TV that you had been relying on for solace and information, channel by channel, began to go to static or reruns until eventually there was nothing left to watch. From what news you were able to gather from the outside world, people were disappearing. People were going missing. People were being found dead. There was no explanation for any of this. You heard that the police were investigating, but then one team that was investigating would go missing, and then another, until eventually you heard from one of the last messages you received that the government was beginning to step in. Military was being deployed to different parts of the country. They were working with local authorities, but at this point you haven't been able to gain any new information in really the past couple of days. Things have escalated very, very quickly over just shy of a week-long period. When everything first went dark, it became impossible to keep things running the same as they had been in the asylum previously. Patients were roaming the corridors. No one was willing to be locked in their rooms and or restrained in any way without violence occurring. At this point, the asylum has become more of a shelter than a hospital for the mentally ill. Three of you met up, say 3 days ago, and have slowly been becoming more and more acquainted with each other. You didn't know each other prior to really everything that was happening. But you've gotten to know each other a little bit more over the past couple of days. However, people have started going missing here in the asylum as well, and from what you've heard or have been told, the generators that keep the power on are slowly beginning to fail. It may be possible. You've heard rumors that there are backup generators somewhere in the basement level. Those of you who are doctors here would know that the basement is fairly expansive. The asylum itself consists of multiple wings, multiple stories. If I had to draw it out, the asylum has a wing on one side, a wing on the other side, and the basement spreads throughout the entirety underneath. So somewhere down there could be a backup generator. There might even be more. There might be some way, if you investigate the generators, to stop the flickering lights and spotty power that you've had for the past few days. But you would have to go down there to investigate in order to really tell. However, you all decided that you need to leave. The best option would be head out, try to find some kind of shelter in the outside world. And we begin as Bruce, Mitch, and Lily, you all approach the front door. Who's going to try the door?
Mitch would probably take the initiative.
Okay. Mitch, reaching out your hand, you go to push the doors open. Clatter. The doors won't open. You try again, shake them back and forth, but they aren't budging. They're either locked or, for some other reason, unable to be opened. No, we're gonna do this at random. Lily,
Okay.
you seem to remember hearing in passing during the time before all of this began. Can't remember if you heard it from a doctor or just through rumors around the hospital. But you're pretty sure that the warden of the asylum, the warden, the head of the guards, may have a key to the door. It's also probably believable that if you could find the administrative offices, there might be a spare key in the head doctor's office somewhere. All of you are not super familiar with the entire hospital. But you do know that the administrator's offices are somewhere on the 3rd floor. The asylum itself is, from what you've heard, 1 subterranean level, the ground floor, plus 3 additional floors in the roof. So a 4-floor building and at least 1 basement level.
We're not dealing with multiple buildings in this asylum, correct?
Single building.
I'm just trying to get a mental picture.
Yeah, if you look at the snap to center here that I'm going to do, the ruler,
Yeah.
it's a traditional, stereotypical box-style building.
Alright, I just like looking at asylums in my spare time, and I've seen so many of them with multiple buildings and then a complicated tunnel system underneath connecting them all.
Yeah,
So
because
just
that
trying
seems
to-
like a good idea.
Yeah. I was just trying to make sure that there wouldn't be any other buildings we would need to
No.
explore. How it is, just mental picture. I get an idea what you're going for.
Let me whisper this to someone here, just so they know this information.
Whispers in the dark.
Voices are speaking.
God damn it, not again.
If I could spell right.
Okay, it's...
Hey, you don't need to complain about spelling to me.
You do to me.
I mean, you don't need to, but you probably will to me anyway.
Favorite part of the game, typing sounds. The mysterious click-clack in the dark.
An old typewriter in one of
And
the
I am
offices.
clicking off your stream silent in case you don't want me knowing anything you're typing.
Okay, that's fair.
Actually, weirdly enough, typewriters are pretty good as like there's no thing. The process of pushing down on the buttons really does help them with their like. I'm rambling.
Please.
Sorry.
Yes, I understand what you mean.
I like the sound of a typewriter and mechanical keyboards.
Particularly for like elderly people and like dementia, the process of repeatedly doing that might actually help. So there might be a typewriter around. I'm just saying there's a chance there's some old person typing away on a typewriter right now with no idea what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, that's more sad than scary. Someone dropped.
Well, let me check real quick. I have sent the message. The person who I sent that to can read it and internalize it for their own personal knowledge at their leisure. Continue. I don't have anything to do until y'all do something.
So Mitch turns back to everyone else and says, lock the front doors, or something. Can't quite get it open. Do we know if they have like a bar across the outside or something like that?
What?
Like, you know, those old doors where you could like put a piece of wood across the outside? Keep people from getting out, or in, or whatever.
Is there any measures for keeping prisoners if they were to escape inside the building?
That we know of.
They're not really prisoners.
Well, in a way they are. They're
Sort
not
of.
technically there by voluntary means.
There maybe. There may not be.
Okay, well, it looks like we got a couple options here. We got locked doors. Somebody in the building might have a key. Could try to find some other way out, or I think someone said something about some generators in the basement. At least keep us going for a little while longer while we try to figure something else out.
I heard rumors, but maybe there is maybe the warden has a key to the door?
The administrative offices are on like the 3rd floor up. I have no idea how big the basement is. Or how to operate a generator. I've had to.
Kids.
Eh.
Anyway,
I will say you would all have a general idea that the warden is in charge of the guards, the head doctor is in charge of the administrative staff.
Well, maybe we could search for supplies in the warden's office and maybe find a key?
Danny, you know where that is? Yeah, no, didn't think so. We do know that the administration is somewhere on 3rd floor. Warden might be there too. Probably our safest bet. If nothing else, there might be like a roof exit. So we could
Maybe.
find some to turn into rope and propel down the side.
There could be like a fire escape exit on the roof. So, we're going to go up, look for around the administrative offices, and probably get to the roof if possible. Going down to the basement would just kind of waste time and get us lost.
But power.
Yeah, we got no guarantee of the generators are even down there. Unless one of you two knows something that I don't.
Well, what I know is an emergency generator is stored in the basement.
That sounded an awful lot like a question, little lady.
I mean, if there was one, it would be down there. But there's no guarantee there is a backup generator.
Besides, if we do find the warden's office, we can probably get some flashlights or something. Maybe if the guards are gone, grab some stuff, arm ourselves to go down the basement. Just in case anybody already had the same idea we did. And
Silent, I wish you would have given me a heads up about doing that, what you just did on stream, I'm gonna click off your stream before I get any more spoilers. Sorry.
Hey.
Yeah. So, I vote we go top floor. See what we can find. Maybe some way to get out of here. Some supplies, anything really. And if we find something that seems to say the generators really are down there, or it's a really good chance of navigating and making sure that no nutcases go crazy on us, and it might be worth a look.
Okay.
All right, let's go. And then Mitch will walk towards the nearest stairway that he knows of.
Lily will follow.
Okay.
Can't be left alone. I'm following.
From the front door, you would know generally there are staircases kind of spaced throughout the building. There is an elevator as well. However, you would need some kind of key to operate it.
And it's only 3 flights of stairs.
You would need a card key in order to open the doors, and an actual physical key to engage the elevator proper once you're inside.
Yeah,
Also
that
with
seems
spotty
reasonable to
power.
me. No, that's a terrible idea.
With spotty power, chances are that just turn into a gigantic test cage like on the Titanic.
Or, power goes out, some sort of system gets switched off, elevator goes down.
Well, depending on how old the asylum is. If it's a pretty old one, then yeah, it wouldn't have the necessary safety precautions.
Mm-hmm. Anyway,
we'll say for the purposes of the story, it's the mid-90s. The asylum itself was built in the mid to late 60s.
So yeah, probably not the safest elevator, especially during a power outage, but we can't get it anyway, so stairs it is. Come on, keep up, civvies.
The nearest staircase that you would know of, if you head straight back towards the other side of the building, you would have to go through a couple of sets of doors, going through a couple different rooms, and you would need to take a right once you reach the back hallway. And a little ways down, you would find a staircase that, as far as you know, leads up. Leads at least up to the 4th floor. But you're not sure what kind of access you would necessarily have once you reach that floor. You don't know really what access you would have on each of the floors from that staircase. That one is about a 5-minute walk to reach.
Alright.
You do know one other staircase, that if you head down the left-hand corridor, head all the way down to the end of the hallway, and turn left into one of the branches. About halfway down that branch, there is another staircase there that you know you would have access to at least the front half of the building for the entirety of the 2nd and 3rd floors. It would also, you would be able to, on the 4th floor from that staircase, you would be able to access the dining hall on the 4th floor, which is in the center of the building. It would be about a 15-minute walk to that staircase.
Well, since Mitch is leading, that's what he'll do. He'll go to the 2nd staircase. Worst case scenario, we get some food.
In what areas of the hospital will the more dangerous patients have been kept?
Would any of us actually know that information?
What?
Would any of us know where the more violent or dangerous patients would be kept in the layout of the building.
Just meta, I know they're usually kept somewhat secluded from normal patients in a more higher security wing. In our case, it would probably be either the left or right wing.
Quite possibly
That's
only
just
on one
meta.
or two floors either. But yes, that is meta knowledge. Lily does not know this. Unless she does.
Oh, I know.
From what you know, or from what you've heard at least, there are some higher risk. The building itself is fairly old, and over the years it's gotten more and more populated. There are some higher risk cases that are kept on some of the lower floors, like on the third and the second. But you've heard the most high risk cases are on the fourth floor. And I have sent a little bit of additional information to someone who would know it. You are all heading to the left wing of the building through the staircase, by the way.
Yes.
And Taylor, you're leading the way?
No.
I'm sorry. Mitch, you're leading the way?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, can you do me a favor and make the first roll of the game for us?
Uh-oh.
Roll number 1. Do it. Yeah,
Oh.
3 6s.
Yeah, I did not roll no 6s this time. Hooray.
You did roll a 1.
So
Would
we're
you
down to
like...
9.
I'm assuming that means you don't want to use your virtue.
Not for a single one.
Okay.
Not at this time, at least.
So, Taylor, go ahead. What does this success look like?
Success looks like Mitch walking brusquely. You know, fast, but not so much that the civvies can't keep up. And, making its way over to that staircase and getting up to the third floor with no issues. Just, you know, the occasional other person, flickering lights.
Were you trying to head to the administrative offices?
I think that was our initial plan, yes.
Second floor.
Second floor, okay.
Unless you want to lead them to the third floor.
I thought you said the administrative would be third floor. But if meant to say second floor, then second floor it is.
Okay, second floor.
Alright, straight up the stairs, and... what parts of this area am I normally privy to? Like, how much would I have been able to go around this area generally?
Let me tell you.
Also, Silent, I sent you a message on Discord with a question.
I really can't look at Discord. You have to whisper it to me in-game.
How do I whisper? It's just at DM, right?
No, /W, my name. It'll give you a little fill-in.
Yeah,
drop down.
/W space, whatever,
Okay.
and then everything else. That old lady at her typewriter again. This would have been a really good roll to have in our game earlier. At least I'm not rolling like I did then.
Oh, yeah. Ellie's just falling along.
And as we hear a random person inmate in the background singing Muppet songs to themselves.
Ah, poor Barry. You always love those. Yeah, Barry, you can only ever really communicate through his puppets, but unlike the second day he burnt it for some reason. It's been hard to talk with him lately.
How do you know the inmates so well?
You don't talk to people?
I don't talk to people that only talk by puppets, if that's what you're asking.
Puppets know a lot.
There you go, Taylor.
Alright. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm not normally around here. Either you know where to go from here, or we just start looking wherever we find.
I don't know this floor very well.
How about you, Puppet Man?
I don't know how to use puppet. Administration?
Where we want to go, yes?
That way. Wait, do I know which way? I should know.
To the...
Administration offices
I will whisper you that in a second. I apologize for people working. There's a lot more hidden information in this module than in others.
Yes. In the meantime, I'll write you guys some more in my gruff, old man soldier voice.
It's a very nice voice.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that compliment a lot more if it came from somebody a lot more worthwhile.
Oh!
You know, that hurt, but I can disagree with that.
That's in character, not out of it. That would be the in character response. You're fine, Illiren.
You have a nice mustache, mister.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm not really interested in being friends with little girls.
That's okay, I'm legal.
Alright.
Wait, what?
That just makes it worse.
I sent it to everyone.
You saying that just makes it worse.
I'm sorry. I'll stop.
Alright. Mitch, you taking the lead, make your way down the hallway immediately to your left inside the doors.
In the direction that you pointed.
Well, yeah, it's Mitch in the lead. Down the hallway. As you travel, the lights do flicker a couple of times. A couple of times you're afraid that they're going to completely go out. But in the end, the longest they're really out for is 5, maybe 10 seconds. You can hear occasionally the noise of other people somewhere else in the building, it sounds like. But you don't see anyone on your way, which is odd, especially when this all first began. Even a day or two ago, there were definitely more people here than what it seems like there might be here. On your way, you do pass a couple rooms with their doors open, including one in the hallway, right before the bend to enter into the side wing. That seems to have
coming from the side wing.
No, you were in the dead center of the first floor.
Okay.
That does seem to have some couches, a couple televisions, a few tables set up in it. Looks like it might be some kind of recreational room. Passing by it, you do head down into the left wing. Make your way to the stairs, and with the lights occasionally flickering, climb the stairs up to the second floor. You are now in the left wing, second floor, about halfway down the wing.
All right, and that's when that conversation about where to go happened.
Yeah, if it's going to be anywhere, it'll be probably closer to the center of the building.
First smart thing I've heard you say in days. Let's go.
Okay.
And Mitch will go towards the center of the building.
Billy follows.
Keeping an eye out for any signs that say like administration or guards or anything, any signs. They probably don't have many. It's psychiatric hospital. Don't have too many that are indicative of anything important.
I was walking like the third person in the group, every once in a while just glancing back the way we came.
Billy's just skipping along, following, not really paying attention.
Still odd. I don't recognize either of you.
I don't recognize you either.
Surrounded by idiots. We've known each other for a few days. It doesn't mean you don't recognize each other.
Alright. Making your way, kind of, the layout is very similar to how it was on the first floor. You make your way down the hallway. There's a couple of offshoots, but you continue moving in a singular direction until you hit a place where the only option is to turn right. Begin heading down that hallway. The lights are still occasionally flickering, but it's not too bad. Heading into the center hallway, the main bulk of the building, you begin to look around, trying to find any sign of what might be administrative offices. There are multiple rooms on both sides of the hallway you're in. Some of the doors are open. Some of the doors are shut. It is a very, very long hallway. It also looks like there's at least one set of double doors in the middle of the hallway, kind of partitioning it into different areas. There is also one part on the left-hand side of the hallway that seems to have a large double door. If you want more information, you can head over there and take a look at it.
Do we see anything in particular in the rooms we pass?
If you want to head into them and take a look, you can.
Oh no,
Is
I
it
mean
just-
like, you said some of the doors are open. Is it just like people inside? Or like complete disarray? Or whatever, like what would we see as we pass by, like if we just glanced in the room?
Many of the doors are just slightly ajar. You'd have to actually open them and go into the room to see. However, you do pass by a couple of doors that are fully open. A couple of them look like normal patient rooms, relatively small, a small little desk. Some of them might have a journal on them, a bed, a little side area where there's, a bathroom, shower, sink, etc. You are on the second floor, so it's not the highest risk. So Some of them are actually put into rooms that have their own, shower and sink and full bathroom set up. From what you can see, most of them seem to be abandoned. You do pass by one where there is a light on, but the rest of them seem to be dark. One open door that has a light on.
Right, and it's just like an empty room.
Yeah, from what it seems like, there's no one in the room at the moment. You can hear a couple of people talking behind one of the cracked doors, though.
Is it just me? Is like the flickering getting worse?
It's not. I can see it too.
I will clarify, the room you hear people talking in, the light is on. From what you've experienced since the world went dark, as many lights as possible have been being kept on all across the asylum at all times. It's actually strange that there are rooms where the lights are not on.
Yeah, I didn't live this long by being stupid. We're not going in there. Either you two recognize those voices?
Mm-mm.
Think maybe they know why no one else is up here?
Let me listen in.
Taking a quick listen. Not any voices you recognize.
I slide up and I listen next to him.
I was kind of saying that across the board for all of you. And then
Okay.
passing the room, none of you immediately recognize any of the voices in the room. From what you can hear, it sounds like there's two males in the room.
Okay.
Are they talking generally coherently?
Seem to be.
I was about to say, of course they're not talking coherently, they're speaking Swedish. No.
Jeez.
I am so
Jamaican
sorry
accents.
to anybody who's actually speaks Swedish. But yes, can we hear sort of the gist of what they're saying, or are they being loud or quiet?
I mean, they're not being overly loud. It's kind of muffled. Listening in, it seems like one of their friends who went exploring, specifically went over to the right wing, hasn't returned since they headed over there a couple days ago.
Oh, that's not good. It's not a good sign. You think these people live here? They might know the layout a little better. Do you think it's worth asking?
I think we might want to go check out farther in the right wing.
It'd be
I'm not
probably easier for us to
disappointed.
ask for directions.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not disappointed. I was kind of expecting an idiotic answer like that. Somebody disappears there 3 days ago, and the first thing you want to do is go look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how people die.
We might find out more of what's going on. Maybe
Yeah,
it's a prank.
Sure, prank.
It's a prank, bro.
I can't. There are no
Oh
words.
shit! I just realized my character was supposed to be smart. Sorry.
Plot twist.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah,
Plot twist.
I'm just hiding
Book
my
smart.
intelligence.
No common sense.
Well, if you're gonna talk then, might as well. I'll just go up to the door.
Lead the way. You're
Knock.
Mr. Friendly around here.
Knock on it in like a very particular way.
How do you not do shaving a haircut? You knock.
Very happy.
As you knock on the door, the talking inside of the room seems to go silent. There's a few seconds where there's no noise at all. You kind of hear, hello?
Hello.
Hello there.
Oh, who's there?
The pizza man. Who do you think it is?
I'm Mr. Rodrigues.
I'm Lily.
And thank you, Lily. And we're also survivors.
Well, what can we do to help you?
Can we point us in the direction of the what's the English word for it? The offices.
Administration.
Administration. Yes.
I've never been there myself. But I'd suggest finding someplace to hunker down. The lights have been going out more frequently. Kurt here, he kind of opens the door of the crack, kind of looks out, sees that you're all, like, kind of looks you all over,
Mitch is looking at him disapprovingly.
opens the door a bit more. Kurt over here.
I don't have one.
Kurt over here. He kind of gestures with his thumb over his shoulder to the other man in the room. He was out in the hall a couple days ago, and the lights went out for an extended period of time, for a couple minutes, and he kind of found a room and hid in it. Heard a lot of shuffling in the hallway, but we haven't seen anyone else here for a day or two ourselves, like actually seeing them. We're just hunkering down here because there's light. We have light here.
You have light when the lights go out.
I know we have a couple of flashlights that we found in a room. Kind of points in the direction of further down the hallway towards the double doors. There was a room down there that had a couple of flashlights. One of the medical offices had one. So we have that. It's been working so far when the lights go out.
Flashlights and what other light sources are in the room?
Looking around from what you can see, it looks like there's a small lamp on one of the desks that's casting light into the room. The door to the bathroom area, it looks like from what you can see, looking at the door, you would turn the handle and pull it to open it, kind of towards the bathroom in this room is directly to the right of the door you guys are at, and it looks like you would push it open and it would kind of clash with the door you're currently at. You do see that there seems to be some kind of stomach height dresser pushed in front of it, and the door is shut. And it looks like there's another source of light coming from the other side of the room, but you can't see what it is.
Well, didn't exactly come here asking for suggestions. We came here asking where to find administration.
If you'd be so kind, could you tell us how to get there from here? If you know.
Like I said, I've never been there myself. I'm not exactly sure where it is. It kind of turns over. You know, Kurt? Maybe farther down. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. We just get taken to the offices. You know, we have our group therapy sessions there. We talk to the doctors, but you know, we've never been to the administration offices.
Well, not that this hasn't been written, but I think we should continue on our way.
Of course. I'll be most careful. Power is going to go out soon enough. Maybe a day or two at most.
Sorry, say that one more time, Illiren?
I would be most careful. Power's going to go out soon, a day or two at most. If that.
I mean, I hope it lasts a little bit longer than that. We gotta wait for someone to come. We need to wait for someone to come, you know, pick us all up.
Can you tell me about that dresser? Why you've locked the bathroom door with it?
Well, the light blue. The bulb went out.
A perfectly made decision, yes.
Right, so if there's nothing else in this area that is of immediate interest, do we see, like you said, there were other doors that were cracked. Are there any other ones that are cracked and have light coming from inside, or are they all dark?
Other ones that are cracked with light?
Yeah.
No.
Then let's just continue onward.
Well,
I think
There's this door that was cracked that had light, and there is one a little bit further back in the hallway that was open that had light. But those are the only two doorways that you see in this hallway that have light. The rest of them are either open and dark, or a few that are cracked and dark, and the rest are shut. And then a little bit further down the hallway, there's some kind of, you haven't gotten close enough to see it clearly. There's some kind of double door heading what looks like a partition, and a little ways back there was also a double door on the left. That looked like it was down a short hall, probably 20, 30 feet.
We were looking for the offices, right? Or administration.
That's what we were originally going for, yes.
I
okay.
think
If
I reckon.
Go ahead.
If we're leaving these two fine gentlemen to their business of hiding, it's like, well, final piece of advice, gentlemen, to the two or one person I can see from who's hiding in the room.
No, you can see both of them.
All the oh, I can see both. Okay. All the power is being supplied by the generators. It doesn't have as much juice to spread about. So I would honestly suggest conserving the light where you need it. Probably could get the generator to last a bit longer if you turn out the lights in areas you don't need.
I mean, we need the light.
Yes, you need light, but empty rooms that you're not in don't need it, as it would allow you to keep power and light in the area you are in.
They kind of look at each other. We're not going out there. We're gonna wait here for someone to come get us.
Yeah,
I'm sure
would
that'll
it
work out
be-
fine.
Actually, Mitch is now interested in the one other room in the entire hallway that happens to have light. I'd like to see if there's anything usable in there, because if there was light, then it might mean that there was recently someone in there.
Okay.
Well, not in. Let's walk away.
As you guys step away from the door, the gentleman who was talking to you kind of closes the door behind you. You can hear a click as it locks.
All right.
Our bastards will be dead in a day or more.
What is...
Anyway, come on. We've been talking about it this whole time. That one room with the light on seems pretty suspicious. There might be something worth finding there. Somebody abandoned it. Maybe in a hurry.
Good point. Good point.
Okay.
There's
You make your way down
one
to.
room.
You make your way back down the hallway the way you came. Passing by the small hallway that leads to another double door. And make your way to the open door that has the light on. It seems to be a patient room.
There's no one in there?
No one in there. Door to the bathroom is shut. Maybe there's someone in there, but from what you can see, kind of peering in, there's, the desk, the bed, a small bend heading to the right at the back of the room. Can't really see much back there. Around the corner, lights on. You don't see anyone.
Looking at the door to the bathroom, is there light peeking out from under it?
Yeah, I was gonna say, unless these doors are like hermetically sealed, we should be able to see if there's light in the bathroom. Because if there's not, I kind of doubt at this point that anyone's in there. Just on myself and Mitch probably too, but the way literally everyone is acting.
Does not seem like there's light coming from under the doorway.
But there is like a crack where we would be able to see if there was light, probably.
Yeah, no, there's a crack at the bottom, but it doesn't. From what you can see, there's no light coming from under the door.
Odd.
Yeah. Mitch is gonna do a quick so you said we can, and just to get the image in my head, there's like a little mini almost hallway-ish area, and then it opens up into the main room, and we can't see around that corner quite.
Yeah, if I was gonna paint the room for you, the door being right here, it looks like the room goes up. This is the bathroom door. The room goes in a little bit more. And all of you have been in patient rooms, so you know that some of the more relaxed security all have this same kind of layout. With this is just me the line going up that I'm on right now. Please stop drawing on that. The line going up right now is just me moving it. That's not actually there. The doorways are here. The bathroom doors are here. And
Alright.
there's generally like a small bathroom over here.
Okay.
But yes, you
One sec.
can't see around the corner. From what you can see looking in at the room though,
Yeah.
there seems to be a light in the main stretch overhead that's giving off light, as well as some light source from back around the corner as well.
Don't see anyone. Could be someone hiding back over there. Doesn't seem like the sort of thing that makes any sense, though. Mitch is going to go into the room and look around that corner, and assuming he doesn't see any people, is going to start doing a good old rough search. You know, open drawers, look under the mattress, anything useful. I don't know. Flashlights, batteries, anything that could make a decent improvised weapon.
Okay. Taylor, go ahead and make me the second roll of our game.
Darn you, Mitch, for being so proactive.
Okay. Do you want?
I don't really think it's a no. No, I could vaguely tie it into resourceful if I really wanted to, but again, not for a single one on a roll this early in the game. I don't think.
All right.
And it doesn't really, like, if it made super narrative sense, then maybe, but not really.
All right. Your dice pool is down to 8. Go ahead. Tell me what this looks like as Mitch enters the room, looks around the corner, and begins to start searching.
Well, let's say he starts rifling through
And
drawers to start.
I will say before you do this, I apologize for
Alright.
interrupting.
Mhm.
If Bruce or Lily want to search the room as well, I would need another roll from you. But you are able to search the same room as Mitch and potentially find more stuff if you succeed on the roll.
Okay.
Continue, Mitch.
Yeah. So Mitch has passed through. Finds actually, what for him is essentially a golden opportunity. He finds one of those old mag lights, big, bulky, heavy, decent amount of light and weight to hit something with. Seems like it still has decent batteries, but it's just old, so the bulb isn't super bright. Other than that, finds just some various bits and bobs that people have stashed away. You know, strings, crafts, things like that. And then under the mattress finds a suspicious little pocket on one of the sheets that he pulls open, and there's like just a wad of cash and a little tiny like pen knife.
Okay.
And he ignores the cash. Well, actually, he doesn't ignore the cash because, you know, cash always helps. So he just stuffs it in his pocket along with the knife.
Okay. Are Bruce or Lily going into the room with Mitch?
Lily follows him, but know what? I'm gonna have Lily check out the bathroom door.
Oh, this ought to be fun.
Alright,
Open
go
it.
ahead and make me a roll. 8d6.
And then no space after
No,
putting the
there
R.
is a space. There is a
Sla-
space after the R.
/R
Okay.
space 8d6.
Oh, we're getting further down, people.
Alright. Did you want to use your virtue and
I'm not gonna burn intelligence just yet.
Alright. Dice
I don't
pool
know
is
how
down.
narratively it would be difficult to work in anyway.
Intelligently opened the bathroom door.
I intelligently stayed away from the door. Oh my gosh, it's a terrible idea.
Alright. Tell me, what does this look like? You open the bathroom door.
He opens the bathroom door and immediately feels along the inside for the light switch. After turning it on, he sees blood in the tub, but no body, and a small disposable razor sitting on the sink top.
Okay. Yeah, you.
And besides, normal like toiletries and stuff, and a couple towels.
Okay.
Never go anywhere without your towel.
Always keep your towel.
Yeah, Lily. You follow Mitch into the room. Kind of glance around a little bit, and kind of creak open the bathroom door. As Mitch goes deeper into the room, as you look in, there's a little bit of light shining in, but the door kind of jams up against something as you go to open it. Kind of reaching around the corner, fumbling. You do find the light switch, and flicking the light, it does turn on. Kind of squeezing your way into the bathroom between the door and the frame. Looking around, the first thing that catches your eye is the bathtub. It's full to the brim with water, dyed a deep, deep red. You can see on the ground leading to the tub splashes of blood on the floor, and taking a closer look around, you see a bloody, disposable razor blade sitting next to the toiletries on the sink. The mirror in the room above the sink seems to have also been smashed. But taking a look around, you don't see a body immediately, though the water in the tub is dyed with blood, almost turning a bit brown, so you can't really see clearly into it.
My question on a meta level is, what's blocking that door?
Oh,
It's so hard to open.
taking a look behind the door, you do see what looks like a chair that seems to be jamming up between the bathtub and the door, preventing it from opening fully. Taking a look at it, kind of putting two and two together, you figure this is probably the chair that went with the desk that's in the room.
Am I
So-
supposed to be saying something?
Yeah, no, Mitch is
Yes.
still doing his search as you open the door and see this.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I take what your success looks like and I narrate it into the story, and then you guys
Yeah.
just continue going.
Yeah, or if it's something simple like Mitch's, then you either approve it or not. Either way.
Yeah, there are also instances where, like, if you say you find something, I might ask you to roll a second time to determine the quality of what you found, or if you found exactly what you said you found, or something a little bit more in tone with the way I'm looking to run it. But it's a group thing, so I don't just have the ability to say, like, you didn't find that. No, you succeeded.
Okay.
You did find that, but, like, let's say you found, like, a gun, and you're like,
Doesn't
yeah,
have any ammo.
I found a gun, and it was a fucking Glock, and it had 4 full, 27 bullet mags. And I'd be like,
Extended
okay,
magazine.
now roll again if you want those. Like, those are full? Yeah. Alright, roll again and see if they're all full, or if 2 of them are empty and the last one has, like, 2 bullets.
They each only have 1 bullet, and half of the bullets misfire.
But yes, continue.
The first thing Lily does is remove the chair to fully open the door all the way, and grabs the razor and the towels, sliding the razor into her pocket.
Alright, you grab the razor, and the towels, slipping the razor into your pocket. You do notice that you almost drop the razor as you pick it up. It's freezing to the touch. As you pick it up before you slip it into your pocket, you do notice the razor itself seems to be almost covered in a light layer of frost.
Okay.
Guys, that's a surefire sign of nope.
Mitch, you might want to see this.
I don't know what this is.
You're evil,
Okay.
Kitsune.
Mitch finishes up his search and says, okay, what is it? And he walks over.
In Lily's defense, she doesn't know he's afraid of blood.
Yeah, you walk into the bathroom. It's exactly what I just described.
He, like, takes half a step in and goes, Jesus, Joseph, Mary, no. And goes back out of the bathroom door and back outside of the room. Come on, we're leaving now.
Lily just follows along, confused.
What's wrong, Mitch? You alright?
Fine. Be better if you shut up. Stop trying to show me crap.
Talk about it?
What? What's happening?
Wait, are the towels bloodstained?
No, towels are not bloodstained.
Okay.
Towels are clean.
Okay. Good, because if I was carrying around bloodstained towels... Oh
No,
my
the
word.
towels are hung up next to the sink area.
Okay.
I got a
What's going on?
flashlight and deep personal trauma out of that. I'm happy.
I
Alright, then.
led Mitch into a bloodstained bathroom.
Where are you guys heading to next?
I think.
Alright.
So we got 2 options here. Either we head over towards the eastern side of the building, or we see what's further in the back. Am I correct, Silent, in assuming that the one partition that is in the main hallway is going towards the right of the building, and the one that was like in a small branch near this room was going towards the north part of the building?
Yes.
Okay. Those people said their friend or whatever went over there and never came back. Don't know if it's because he just got paranoid and wouldn't leave some area or something actually happened. But the patients are out here. Administration is probably not out. It's probably either in the back.
Lily points towards the double doors that are to the left and
I think I remember someone saying something about offices being back that way.
Well,
Done stupider things on worse evidence. Let's go.
who cares what those things are?
Okay. You.
Absent.
Sorry, go ahead, Ella.
Bruce just absent-mindedly flicks the lights off as he walks out the door.
Okay.
You know that process in which you just walk through the door, you just flick the lights off and close the door behind you? You don't even really pay attention to the fact you're doing it.
Conserve energy. Save the planet.
Conserve energy, save our fucking lives.
So you're shutting off the lights? Just to clarify, Ellen, you're shutting off the lights behind you?
Yes.
Just the main room?
Yeah?
So the lights in the bathroom are still on.
Lily didn't bother to shut him off, too concerned about following after Mitch after he booked it the heck out of there.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just in the doorway, so it'll take me longer.
Fair enough.
Yeah. All aboard the Nope train.
Alright, you make your way down the hallway towards the double doors. As you're about 5 feet away from the doors, the lights begin to flicker slightly. Then they kind of begin to flicker faster. As you all kind of looking around up at the lights, like kind of hoping, like, come on, just stay on.
Found his flashlight. Don't want it yet.
The lights
Can conserve it.
click out.
And
You-
the flashlight goes on.
The flashlight comes on. You begin shining it around. The light is dimmer than you would hope from a mag light.
Yeah, like I said, it's old. Old bulb.
Yeah, it's not the newest flashlight. Especially the front of the bulb is kind of fogged with age. The glass has kind of like a headlight might.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't reach quite as far as you would otherwise hope a mag light would, especially kind of those old, sturdy, heavy mag lights. Where are you shining the light?
Initially, just straight ahead of me towards the door, and then like swinging it around, looking at everything, trying to make sure that nothing's happening in the dark.
Okay,
That is
yeah.
Mitch's instinct.
You're kind of shining it at the door as you guys all kind of huddled a little bit closer together around the light given off by the flashlight. As you kind of approach the last few feet up to the door and begin kind of assessing it, the light of the mag light begins to dim and brighten and dim and brighten, and you can all hear an audible splash coming from back down the hallway.
Does the door open? That's the important thing here, because we are not going back in that direction.
You try the door?
Yeah.
Try the door. It seems to be locked. You are quickly shining the light around. You see what looks like a keycard reader, like a key fob, on the wall next to the door. As you're kind of looking around the door, you can begin to hear footsteps, kind of wet. I'm not even gonna try, but wet footsteps, slowly kind of one, then another, coming down the tile floor, and then silence. You kind of flip back around, looking down the hallway. You don't immediately see anything, and the light from the mag light comes back up, and the lights begin to flicker again, and light returns.
Turning that off to save the battery, then. Oh, looks like this way's a bust. We have to go the other way anyway. Do you know what the hell that was?
So we're heading towards the right wing now.
Yeah, that's what Mitch is suggesting. Yes.
Water.
Yeah, because it just sounded a lot like water making footsteps. That makes sense. I don't know why I asked.
And
Well.
you all make your way back down the hallway and begin heading over towards the right wing. As you reach the intersection of the hallway you're in with the door and the main hallway, as you kind of glance back and forth quickly, you look over to the room that you just came from. There's no light coming from the door. And you can see what look like a handful, maybe 4 or 5 bloody footprints coming out from the door and then turning, coming towards you. And they just vanish after 5 or 6 footprints.
And Mitch is already in the other direction. All right,
Mitch,
come on, come on, we gotta go.
Okay, Mitch, you're heading towards the right wing. Bruce, Lily, what are you both doing?
Billy follows after Mitch.
Yeah, I kind of figure Mitch isn't the guy to scream when he gets like afraid of blood, but he is gonna book it the heck out of there.
Yeah.
Especially footprints. Yeah, no, I'm not having any of that. That's a nope with the capital nope.
What is Bruce doing?
Not ending up alone, I'm guessing.
Look at it. Follow after. Look at
Okay.
the footsteps. Then just turn and rush after them.
Alright, you turn and rush after Mitch and Lily, heading down towards the other double door. You reach in, push it, swings open. It looks like this door is just kind of a loose door, just a push door that can't really lock.
Or like a fire break.
Yeah, kind of. It doesn't look like it locks, but it looks like you can just push it and it swings back and forth.
Like saloon door.
Yeah, kind of like saloon doors, except it's kind of floor to
Like
ceiling.
those giant ones you find in hospitals.
Yeah, exactly. Just, it's those giant ones you find in hospitals.
King, I think we're in a hospital.
What? No,
No.
no way, man.
I'm-
Okay.
I'm done with your crazy conspiracy theories.
You push the door open, enter into another hallway. It seems very similar to where you just came from. It's an asylum. There's not a whole lot of variance. There's more doors lining both sides of the hallway. And you can see further down, probably 150 yards. What look like another set of doors, similar to the ones you just came through.
Are there any the rooms on the sides that are open, lit, dark, shut, cracked?
Booga booga.
Ting ting, walla walla, bing bang.
As you begin to head down, you do see a few doors that are open. Most of them are shut, but you do see a few doors that are open.
How far down is the first one?
Probably about 20, 25 yards down the hallway.
Okay, so a decent distance.
Like I said, most of the doors are shut. You do pass the first one that's open. It seems to just be dark. It seems like it's some kind of office for some kind of taking a look at it. You would all probably recognize it as some kind of therapy room, someplace where a patient or maybe two patients would meet with one of the doctors or nurses who work here.
I just think maybe one of the doctors left behind an ID badge or something.
You can certainly check. You can tell the lights are off inside.
Yeah, I am asking the other two.
Okay.
It's
Lily walks
a
over to the.
You're gonna what?
Lily walks over to the office and tries to feel for a light switch.
Alright, you do feel around on the inside of the door on the wall for a light switch. You do find one.
She turns it on.
Okay. Can you
Do I
make me a,
roll?
can you make me a roll?
And we are at 76.
Yes, seven dice. Okay.
Ooh, that one.
I think I will burn intelligence.
Yeah,
Okay.
it might be worth it for that, especially if you can weave that in here somehow.
How are you going to weave intelligence into...
While Lily was feeling around for the light switch, she intelligently remembers the general height of which most building contractors will put the light switch on. Does that work?
I kind of feel like that's a stretch.
Kind of a stretch. Well, I can help weave that in a little bit more. Okay, so go ahead and re-roll the 2 1s.
Oh shoot, I rolled 3 here. Want me to actually 2. Sorry about that.
Okay, so we still get a 1.
So 1 dice still goes, and your virtue has been used. Okay. So what happens
Yeah,
when you
there's
when
one
you
left.
what happens when you flick the light switch?
The light turns on, but it's flickering fastly as if it could go out any minute. Kind of
Okay.
like how when a light bulb's going bad, you know, the fluorescent light bulbs, how they flat flicker
Yeah.
and dim and then brighten and then dim again.
I will say the flickering is really much more immersive with the buzzing from Discord. Kind of ironic.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not gonna be like, oh, it turned on and it was so bright it lit up most of the hallway behind and everything. No, this is an asylum. It's gonna be going out.
You went blind!
You turned on the sun. The world is bright again.
Yeah, as soon as I flip the switch, the sun turns back on and all the bad stuff go away, and we're just standing in the middle of an asylum as if it was just a prank.
And then later one of the janitors comes along and turns the light off to conserve energy. No, don't!
And then we're right back where it started.
All right,
Okay,
but yeah, you
but in all seriousness.
reach around the corner, feeling for a light switch. You can't quite find one. Then you remember, shit. Yeah, no. I've been in rooms like this before. The light switch, it's on the other side. And you kind of reach quickly over to it, remembering, where the light switch is. And flick it, and the lights slowly come on. They're flickering. It's dim light in the room, but the room is now lit. You can see inside, it looks like a table, long desk on one side of the room, a couple of sofas, a chair that seems to be knocked over. It doesn't look like this room has any kind of bend to it. You can see the whole room.
Are there any sort of shelves or cabinets or anything along the walls?
taking a look, it looks like there is like one filing cabinet on against the back wall of the room. It does seem to have been knocked over and papers have been strewn about.
He's just gonna walk in and try and search the desk. Card.
Okay. I'm gonna need another roll to search for a card.
6 now, right?
6.
Mm-hmm. It's not a bad roll.
And guys, I'd like to start working towards my moments at some point.
All right.
Well, it is on top, but you need to
Yeah.
find someone to save.
Yes, but so is Bruce's.
Uh-oh.
His
Yep.
has been on top the whole time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Man up and stand up for yourself.
All
I'm
right.
gonna keep the 1, and I succeeded, so...
I mean, you can't really do anything about the 1 right now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. You can't use your moment to re-roll unless, like, you were literally having your moment.
And you can't use... Well, you don't re-roll with your moment.
Oh, yeah, that's right. If you succeed, you get the die.
Yes, your moment is a check in and of itself. And you can't use greedy until you've used your moment.
Yep.
Alright, you did succeed. Go ahead. What does this desk search? What do you find?
So he searches the desk. He finds a few pens, standard office supplies, scissors, an ID card, paper clips, the standard stuff you would find. She also finds a letter opener. And basically, besides office supplies, that's pretty much all she finds.
So no key card?
You
No,
did
she
say
finds
ID
the-
card somewhere in
Yeah,
there.
she does find the ID card.
An
Okay.
ID card. We don't know whose it is or what access it will have, but hey, it's worth a shot if we find a different door to the back. Because
Okay.
we're not going back there.
Yeah, taking a look through, you enter the room, Lily, and you can see the room's kind of a mess. You head just kind of straight to the desk. Starting to rummage across the top of the desk, you find papers, there's a cup with a couple pencils, paper clips. A couple of the drawers are locked. You don't really see any sign of a key. But in one of the top drawers, you do find kind of buried under, a few things, papers, a half full pack of cigarettes. You do find a key card.
Remember, kids, don't smoke. It'll kill you.
As she lights a cigarette.
No fire.
It'll kill you almost as assuredly as dark forces in this game will.
It's the
Definitely
90s.
takes a cigarette.
People smoke.
You take the cigarettes.
I definitely take those too.
Okay. You don't have
Maybe-
a lighter. You don't have matches, but take
Yeah.
the cigarettes.
Those could be used as bartering tools, so...
And you do take the key card. Is Lily the only one who went into the room?
He also
Ah.
takes the letter opener.
I'd say Mitch probably would have, like, stood around the door just to keep an eye out.
Alright.
She's sort of volunteering herself to go in.
It's still going to take you a little while to find the key card. It takes you probably about 3 or 4 minutes of searching the desk to find the key card, Lily. As Lily's about halfway through searching the desk, the lights in the hallway begin to flicker as well.
Are the lights in the room flickering?
They've been
Yes,
flickering since I
they've-
turned them on.
they've been flickering since you turned them on. Now the lights in the hallway are beginning to flicker as well.
Okay.
Let's,
Mitch has his hand on the button for the flashlight, but otherwise just sort of stays there in the doorway, maybe a little bit in, just for some cover, but enough that he can look out down the hallway.
Okay. Mitch, you're looking down the hallway. Bruce, you're in the hallway as well?
If it's flickering, the best idea would be to move inside the room in case it goes go out and we can rely on the flashlight more. But get that out so I don't need to say anything. So I do go inside.
Okay, so yeah. Bruce is just inside the room. Mitch, you're in the doorway as Lily's searching. Lily, you finally pull out the cigarettes, slip them into your pocket, and you pull out the key card. As you all turn to head back to the double door, Mitch, keeping an eye out in the hallway, the light at the far end, like 125-ish yards out, goes out. Then the light next to it. Then the light next to it. Then the light next to that one. Then the light next to that one. The lights now are out about 75 yards down the hall from you. Then the next one goes out.
But... Okay, Mitch at this point is going to back into the room, close the door, and try and find something to bar the door with.
Alright. You backing into the room, you shut the door, taking a look around. You guys could try to move one of the sofas, you could try to move the filing cabinet or the desk. Or you could try to bar it with a chair.
Were there chairs in the room?
There was one kind of like big cushy.
But no like wooden chairs? Just like jam on the doorknob kind of thing?
No. There's just a nice big cushy, like comfy looking, like one of those big living room chairs that looks like it could be a recliner, but it's not because they were too cheap to buy a recliner.
Does the door have like a window in it?
No.
Come on, help me get this over there. And Mitch is gonna start trying to push the chair over to block the door, hopefully. Just in case anything else decides to come out during the darkness. The dark times.
Lily will run over and attempt to help. And that's, of course, she's still searching the desk.
Okay. You can notice under the door, the lights are flickering, but as the lights have been going out, it's definitely getting darker in the hallway. The light that's coming through the bottom of the door is definitely not as bright as it was before. If it's continuing at the same pace, Mitch, you estimate there's probably about 30, maybe 40 yards left of hallway that would still be bright.
Yeah, he's just pushing that chair in front of it. If we have to do the flashlight to survive in here, at least it's not when things come through the door.
And you can hear now what sounds like all of you can hear footsteps running down the hall. Mitch, since you're leading, pushing the chair, go ahead and make me a roll.
Who's ready for the first failure of the session? I can feel it. Oh, it's not the first failure. It says, okay. We're getting there, though. We're going to be real close.
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to use resourceful?
I think this might actually be a good time to do it. Yeah, I can definitely, like, I want to say we all go over to the chair and we start pushing it, and like we notice as we're getting it over there that it's not super heavy, so Mitch is going to like direct Lily to help him turn it on the side and push it up against, so there's more like actual weight against the door from the whole bottom of the chair instead of just the back.
Okay. Go ahead and re-roll the 2 ones.
Time for a whiff. Oh no.
Okay.
So down
Hey,
to
got
4.
another 6, at least.
Yeah, it doesn't actually help any more than a single 6 does.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
and your resourcefulness is gone.
Oh no. I'm still resourceful, just not in a reroll thing.
In a
sort of
re-roll
way.
sense, yeah.
That vice can be interesting to pull in somehow. Bless you.
Oh, excuse me. Alright, yeah, you kind of looking around, flip the chair over to its side. Now you're not pushing the wooden feet against the ground. You're now kind of sliding the more cloth portion, the covering of the chair. Makes it easier to push. Pulling Lily over and Bruce, you're all able to jam the chair up against the door. As you about 2 feet from the door with the chair, you watch the light under the door blink out as you slam seconds later the chair up against the door. Lights in the room are still on, still flickering.
Well, that was
All right.
spooky.
Do we hear anything else in the hallway?
Nope, sound of footsteps is gone.
Hey guys, I found an ID card. Maybe that'll get us through the door.
Well, I don't think we should be going anywhere near that door again. Unless we have to. Might be able to find another place we can use it, though. Good work.
Well done, find.
Did I also? I think I also took the letter opener, didn't I?
Yep.
Is it one of those ones that look like a sword or a small dagger, or is it one of those plastic ones with a razor?
I mean, it's a long metal letter opener, but it's not like it doesn't
Blade
come
inside
to
of
a
it.
point or anything. It doesn't really have a blade either. It looks like it's just one of those ones that you slide under and you just kind of tear across. It's
Okay,
not-
so it's just
It's
one
not
of those
super
complete-
sharp.
Okay, but I give it over to Bruce.
Here, it's better than nothing.
Barely.
Yeah, kind of barely.
Mm-hmm.
Letter opener.
I also found cigarettes.
Silent, can we see the light, like, in the crack of the door frame that's not covered by the chair?
Not anymore. The chair is covering the entirety of the door.
Don't
What?
most of the doors for asylums have small windows in the sides of them?
I asked.
There is no window.
Oh, okay.
No window in the door. It's an interior room. There's no window in the room. It doesn't seem to be any other way out but the door.
Well, either you want to try and see if the lights are coming back on outside. The lights are still flickering but on in here, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna put my hand on the wall next to the door and see if it's colder. Wait, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, I don't think you know about that. The only one who knows there's anything that's been cold is Lily.
I think maybe we should turn around and go up to see if we can find the warden's office. Card might get us in there, and this area doesn't seem to be very safe.
We don't know where the warden's office is. It's administration, but it's on this floor somewhere. But warden, we got nothing for.
Mhm.
My personal bet is that the administration offices are back there behind that locked door.
Sound reasoning, but I don't think we should go back there with that thing sitting there, whatever it was, coming out of that room.
Came out of the room, but then stopped for some reason.
Yeah, from what it looked like, looking at the footsteps, it looks like the footprints came out of the room you were in, turned in the direction that you were all heading, continued for 4 or 5 steps, and then just vanished into thin air. Doesn't look like they turned around. Doesn't look like they went anywhere. They just stopped.
How much you want to bet it was because the lights came back on?
What did I miss?
Y'all are in the
we were-
room.
We were discussing about where we should go. We don't know where the warden is. We do know the administration's probably somewhere here, but then we were talking about how whatever the heck happened outside that door, probably not a good reason to go back there. But now we've got this.
The whole hallway going dark.
Yeah.
Which
Okay.
keep in mind, only really Mitch knows what was going on.
Oh yeah. So I'd say, I would think. Oh, I didn't tell. You didn't see out there that lights were going out a line down the hallway. Heard someone running.
You
Doesn't
all
exactly
heard
seem
someone
like the kind of
running.
thing that yeah, lights were going out a line down the hallway doesn't exactly seem like the kind of thing that happens naturally.
No, it doesn't.
So, we can either continue the way we're going and run to something, or try to go back towards those locked doors, but risk maybe going closer to it.
Making a big assumption there, man. You're making the assumption there's only one thing in here.
That's also a good point.
And you hear any of them old stories about asylums? They've got all sorts of Satanist, bullcrap, spirits, ghosts, polter, whatever you call them.
Rodrigues?
Is that German? Sounds German.
I don't know.
It doesn't matter. Point is, there's some weird supernatural, spooky shit going down, and I don't really think that this is the kind of time to be running into danger, you know?
True.
Whatever it is, seems it doesn't like light.
Yeah.
You
we
wouldn't
don't have
happen
much
to
of
know
that.
how to create some fire.
Oh, I know lots of ways to make fire. None of them are useful here. Not in this room, unless we want to take a couple hours to get something really going. All the wood in here is treated.
I have cigarettes. Those are flammable.
I don't even have the words for how backwards and wrong that is.
Well, I really do dislike the idea of walking around in the dark.
Can't even really tell right now. Nothing's been pounding on the door, but for all we know, it's some sort of something or other that knows we're in here. It's just waiting for us to move stuff out of the way and come out to see it.
Peekaboo.
You're not helping.
But in times like this, it's good to laugh.
As you're all talking in the room, you hear what sounds like a door opening in the hallway.
Has anyone bothered to search the filing cabinets?
Nope.
No.
Nope. Do we have any idea of like what kind of door? Like one of the other room doors or the big floppy doors?
No, sounds like one of the other nearby room doors.
Oh, that's either a very good sign or a very bad one.
You guys might hate me for this, but I think I might search the filing cabinets.
Oh, sure, go ahead. Mitch won't
Really?
like it.
Lily decides to go search the filing cabinets. Maybe I'll find batteries or something in there.
Okay. Go ahead and make a roll. 4d6.
Well, guys, with my luck, say goodbye to the scene.
This scene has been going on for... Oh my god.
Still going.
I think we're at like 4 hours almost.
This scene has been going on for a long time.
This is the
I know.
exact opposite of last time.
Yeah.
You guys, it just flew through it, but we've been going for... This scene's probably been going for well over 2 hours. Well, 2.5 hours almost now.
Probably took like 45, 50 minutes to do character creation, so just over 2 hours, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
Yeah, why
Oh,
not?
we
We're
got-
getting a lot of story.
We got
48-hour campaign.
It's a nice change to be getting lots of story as opposed to most of my games. People just fail rolls left and right. Like, oh, you have 10d6? No ones, no sixes.
I've noticed that because I've went and I've watched all your previous ones, except I
You
think
can't
the
blame
first.
me for that particular
Oh,
one.
no.
That was
Like,
Roll 20's fault.
I'm not even talking about you specifically. Like, that's universal across the games I played of this so far.
He's not lying.
Well,
Alright,
success is
Lily-
good.
go ahead and... What does this success look like as you search the filing cabinet, Kitsune?
Lily finds mostly files for the first. This is a standard 4-drawer filing cabinet, right?
Yeah.
So through the 4, she searches the first 3, finds nothing except patient files. And in the last one, she finds files, but she also finds a couple batteries. They look somewhat old, as if they've been there for a bit, but they look like they would still have some juice left, and they look about the kind the Meglite would take.
Okay. Yeah, Lily, you head over again. Rummaging through the filing cabinet, pull open the first drawer, immediately slam it shut again. It looks like it's just, basic files, like back to front. You open the second one, it looks like there's a few office supplies inside, more files. It's kind of hard to open and close them. It makes a lot of noise as the filing cabinet is tipped onto its side. Makes it hard to close and open the drawers as papers are trying to fall out of place, get jammed in the door. You open the third one, and just kind of stuff spills out. It doesn't look like there's any papers or files in this one, but there's a lot of basic office supplies, pens, couple of papers, but nothing much. But as you kind of search through, you do hear a loud clatter as two old batteries fall to the ground.
I pick them up and I inspect them before walking over to Mike, right?
Mitch.
Mitch. Sorry, I can barely read the screen because my second monitor. And I walk up to him and I'm like, Mitch, I found some batteries. They look like they might work in the mag light. I
Do they
hand
look
them
like the
over.
type that work in this particular light?
I think here.
One of them does. The other one does not.
Hey, we're in an office, right? Any, he's asking Lily this. Are there any paper clips in here?
Yeah, I found a few in the desk.
Grab a handful, might actually be useful.
Okay. Grab a few paper clips and easily enough find them. Grab a few paper clips, stuff them into your pocket.
Mm-hmm. Stuff the batteries in my pocket. So, going out there, whatever crap you got that might actually be useful, make sure it's out. See, like holds up the mag light itself. Is just sort of a blunt weapon kind of thing, and starts like tugging the chair back from the door so we can open it and leave.
Before that, Lily, use this. Offering the paper knife. That's not a word. Letter knife. Letter opener.
Yeah.
Mitch and I will.
Fine, I have.
No. Mitch and I will move the chair slightly over. Stick this under the door frame, and if you see light bouncing off of it, tell us.
Okay.
I grab it and I kind of get into position.
Okay, as Mitch and Bruce, you guys begin moving the chair away from the door. Before Lily even gets over there with the letter opener, you can see light coming under the bottom of the door.
Yes, I see that.
Good job, Lily. Good job.
I gotta hand the letter opener back.
Here.
Thank you. I guess. A weak knife. You know, Bruce, this thing has pretty good weight to it. If we could, like, give it a sufficient speed, it could probably ram down a locked door or two.
Probably wouldn't work too great. I don't know how sturdy this thing is, but if it's like anything else in this hospital, they cheaped out on it.
Oh, definitely. I'm half certain that most things in this place have not been replaced in years.
Once I agree with you.
Magic cuts.
And then she
Yeah, I
kind of just.
I get the feeling this chair wouldn't be super sturdy.
Well,
You all have moved the
might as
chair.
well die.
Yeah, we got nothing better to do. So we go out in the hallway.
Alright, you
Just
open the door, kind of peer out into the hallway. Lights are all back on. There's an occasional flicker here and there, but seems to be normal hallway. You notice there's another door about probably 20 yards down that's now open that was closed before, and there is light coming out of it.
Might as well see if we have company.
Okay.
Make your way over to the room that's open. Peering in, it looks like it's another office room, kind of like the one you were just in. Pretty similar setup. A couple of there's two big kind of lounge chairs set up in the middle of the room facing each other. A desk at the back. Lights on. Room seems to be empty.
Same basic room model as like the rooms. Like the
No.
other one, we found the empty
So if the
and the dead body in.
no, if the door is here,
Right.
more like the room you were just in.
Okay.
I think
so,
we're in a normal like office area where they're pretty much all the offices are pretty much cookie cutter.
Yeah, it looks like there's
Right.
like a desk here at the back,
like a non-residential room.
Basically
And-
copy pasta.
and a couple of lounge chairs in the middle that are facing one another.
And there's no one in here?
There is no one in here, but it does look like there's a mirror sitting on one of the chairs.
Mirror, mirror.
Hmm. Do any of
And
the doors have like plaques on them for like names?
There is a plaque on this room. Taking a look at it, it says 221.
that's helpful.
Are there any name placards or anything to give us a name of who would own the office?
Nope. This type of room, it may or may not even be like a specific doctor's office. There might be multiple people that use the room.
I mean, I don't think we can get much that we don't already have unless we find a higher access ID card, which seems unlikely. And it's also concerning that this light got turned on and now there's no one here.
It's like they're leading us. Come in.
Is
Yeah.
the mirror like a body length mirror or smaller?
It doesn't look like it's full body length, but it is a big round mirror. Probably 3.5 feet high, tall, and
Like a really odd thing to have on a couch.
like a foot and a half across. And it seems to be propped up, sitting facing the other chair in one of the two big recliner style chairs.
Trying to do some sort of stupid literal take on self-reflection. I don't think we're getting much more useful out of this room. One of you two wants to go admire yourself in that mirror. I say we go to that other. There
Okay.
before whatever the heck was happening there happens again.
Let's just keep going.
Yeah, let's.
Alright.
So,
Onwards and upwards, I say. This room is a whole bunch of nope, we're leaving.
Okay, yeah, you make your way back over towards the big double swinging doors. Kind of push them open. Head back into the first hallway you were in. Lights seem to be on in this one still.
We're back in the area where we found those survivors hanging out in the office area, right?
Yep.
in their room, and then the bloody body in the one other. like right down the hallway from that.
Okay.
Speaking of which, just random thought. The room that those two are in, is there still a light coming from under the door?
I was just about to ask.
You make your way down towards where the side hallway was. As you pass the room where you saw the two people previously, the door seems to be shut. Does not seem to be light coming from under the door.
Lily kind of stays away from that area.
Yeah.
You do need to pass the room in order to get to the double door.
Just stay in the middle of the hallway.
Yeah. Pretty much even distance from both doors, I'm guessing we all are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seems the safest option.
Pass
And
by
I'm
it.
guessing we're heading straight to those doors on the left that needed the keycard.
That
Right.
was our intention, yes.
They're on your
Okay.
right now, but make your way down over to the double doors.
Once we get there, Lily kind of steps a bit ahead of the group to get to the doors first and swipes the card.
Alright, you make your way over, swipe the card. You hear a beep, and the light on the device that you swipe the card at turns green.
And then she steps out of the way for Mitch.
We'll lead the way through the doors.
Okay. They are a few paces behind you, Mitch. By the time you get up to the doors, you do hear a click, and the light turns red again.
Swipe the card one more time.
Swipes the card again.
You swipe the card, you hear a light beep, and light turns green again. You hear a light click.
Open the door.
Alright, go ahead and make me a roll.
Oh boy.
It's why I had you do it, because my roll wouldn't be good, I bet.
Let's roll 20. It cares not for your luck.
Oh my god.
My gosh!
Well,
Alright.
Yeah,
there's
it
no
seems
fun
to care
luck.
for yours.
Okay, well, you
I lie. I have the luck of the Irish.
Like I said.
go ahead and tell me about opening this door.
It's a door. So yeah, we open the door up. Nothing particularly peculiar happens. It opens up into a little hallway. It's got like a four-way intersection. Yes, thank you, Il, for quoting my own easily disproved statement. And yeah, so there's like a four-way intersection, and what looks like some a lot of medical offices will have like almost sort of chest height at the bottom windows looking into like some officey areas.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you want to put any spin on that, or does that sound good?
Yeah, no, that's fine. You guys open the doors, make your way through them. Inside the hall, you can see a four-way intersection, probably about 20 yards away. Looking in what you can see, you see a lot of doors, a lot of big windowed rooms. Some of them seem to be filled with seats, some standing, some kind of overturned in the middle of the room. Some seem to lead into more traditional kind of offices with a few desks at the walls. making your way up to the four-way intersection. Taking a look down the halls. There are more windows scattered on the walls going in both directions. All the hallways in all four directions. Looking over at the left, it continues about 25 yards before there's another big double door, similar to the one you just came through. In the light that's kind of dimly flickering, you can see another keycard reader. Similarly, looking straight ahead, you can see another similar door with a keycard reader. And then looking over to the right, the hall extends about 60 yards to some kind of double door that you can't quite clearly make out in the dim, flickering light. It does also look like there are a few doors that don't have large windows. But it also looks like from one of the windows you can see light coming out into the hallway.
Light hasn't steered us wrong yet.
Got that one room with the mirror.
It didn't steer us wrong, we just didn't do anything.
True.
Are there any open doorways on the way to this room?
Yeah, it seems like there's actually a fair number of doors that are open.
And just dark.
The rooms themselves are dark, yeah. Looking in at a couple of them, it actually looks like there are even more offices inside of the room. Like there'll be a big window with a door next to it that's open, and a few desks scattered around the room, some computer screens on the desks, and then some more doors, some slightly ajar, some open, some closed.
Yeah, sort of stay near the middle and go towards the lit up room.
Lily just falls back into the middle of the group to follow wherever they go.
Okay. Yeah, you make your way down the hallway to the right towards one of the rooms that has the light on. So there's a couple. That one's probably the closest, about 15 yards down. Make your way over to the room and appear inside. It seems to be another one of these multi-office rooms with desks and computers and more doors leading into probably other offices.
I mean, this seems like a fairly repetitive situation. Suppose we follow the light until we find someplace that either looks interesting or has some sort of signs.
Okay.
It doesn't look like there's any signs except for room numbers.
I mean, if I'm going off of instinct, Mitch would say like the bigwigs would be further away from everyone else. Like
but
smaller offices, more
you do
personal offices.
You do see panels, like plaques on some of the doors inside of the rooms towards the back, but you can't, from this distance, really make out what they say.
Okay, you know, as long as everybody's following Mitch is gonna sort of head towards the areas that have plaques? Maybe get some bearings.
The doors that have plaques in the hallway, or the doors that have plaques in the office? The first one that you came up to, with the light on.
Yeah, let's look in the office first.
Okay.
We can go if this turns out to be a bust.
All right. Take a look at the names on the doors. There's one that seems to be heading into this first office room. There are 4 more doors inside of this office. They all seem to have light coming from under the doors as well, but all the doors are shut. There seems to be an office for a Dr. A Dr. Ambers.
Okay.
All right.
What is it?
Sorry,
What is the name of the head doctor?
I'm typing stuff here. So just give me a second.
Billy Mays. He's good at fixing stuff.
Why can't I do this?
Oh, this is silent.
Dr. Billy Mays here.
And today, we're going to be showing you the power of flex tape to shut up an annoying patient.
Alright. There's a door for a Dr. Ambers, a Dr. Silvos. One of the doors, you can't quite make out the name on the plaque. The plaque seems to be blackened. And the last door is for a Dr. Shane.
Black and Black seems like a wonderful place to start looking. Never.
What was the second one I said?
Silvos.
Thank you.
I'm usually terrible with names. I don't know why I remember that.
Maybe we could check out the Dr. Amber's office? I recognize that name.
That's good as a place as I need to start. His name, you lead the way, little lady.
I walk over to the door and I attempt to open it.
Okay. You kind of try the handle. It seems to be locked.
It's locked.
Are these open? Just go around looking, trying to find any that are open. Yeah.
Alright, which one are you gonna go to next?
Just go line. Silvos.
Alright. Go ahead and make me a roll.
Still on 3. Ah, there we go.
Alright, you go down the line and over to this Dr. Silvos' office. Trying the door, it seems to be unlocked. You turn the handle and push it open. And inside you can see a older looking gentleman with a short white beard stubble on his chin. Blue purple face as he's hanging from the ceiling fan, a rope around his neck. A chair seems to have been knocked from under him.
I guess it's one thing they didn't cheap out on the hospital ceiling fans.
I guess he's just hanging out.
What is wrong with you two?
Kind of making your way out from that room, you go over to the door with the blackened sign. And kind of reaching out, you are about to reach the door handle with your hand when you hear gasp from behind you. And turning, you see a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, wire-framed glasses, and what looks like a doctor's lab coat on, standing at the doorway. And she kind of rushes over and wraps you in a hug, Lily.
Rachel!
And that is where the scene is going to end, as behind her the door creaks and shuts as the lights in the hallway go out. Now, with the scene ending, one of the candle icons here will go dark.
Oh, I forgot to mention, for every candle that goes out, I currently have my living room lights set at 10%, and for every candle that goes out, I will be setting them down 1%.
I feel like this is a good time for a bio break.
I do.
After the scene description.
I do as well.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised the first scene freaking lasted
Holy
this
crap.
long. I mean, holy crap.
I wish I'd had these roles in other games.
Yeah, other games that we played today.
I know.
I wish I could have had these roles when I was freaking trying to survive in that freaking flash flood.
Now, before...
Yeah, no, that would have been great for you.
I don't know, the Flash... I didn't have any problems.
Yeah, and I didn't really either, just held my breath.
Yeah.
Alright,
no.
so... I'm gonna go over truths really quickly before we take a bio break. We are gonna do the truths at the end of the scene.
Hey, those are sprouting.
Ooh, one sec.
At the end of each scene, and let me find the page that this is in the book so I can actually read the description. Alright, when a scene ends in 10 candles, there is an opportunity to move the story forward, not unlike in a film or book when the characters have suddenly arrived at their destination. The circumstances have changed, and new things have become true. This is done through establishing truths, which is a special phase in the game that occurs at the end of every scene. Establishing truths is a phase of the game in which the players and GM have the opportunity to create new truths about the story. This allows you to move the narrative forward and change it in new and exciting ways. All establishing truths phases begin the same way, immediately following a candle darkening, indicating a change of scene. To begin, the GM states the following: these things are true. The world is dark. Once spoken, the players and GM will go around the table clockwise, each establishing a single truth. This will continue for a number of truths equal to the number of now lit candles. If the previous scene's candle was darkened due to a player failing a conflict, or darkening a candle to seize narration rights, that player establishes the first truth. Otherwise, the GM holds this privilege. Not something we're going to have here. All establishing truth phases end the same way, with the final available truth not being spoken by a player, but by all the players collectively. The final truth is spoken in unison, with the players stating the following: and we are alive. The ability to speak truths is a powerful resource. When you speak a truth, you may establish any one thing as an irrefutable fact of the story. Each truth can only pertain to a single change in the story, but the change can be anything. Perhaps you have reached some place you've been looking for, or found a stray dog wandering in the streets. Maybe you found a loaded gun tucked away in a broken down police car, or have caught sight of something lighting up the sky in the distance. Truths can be helpful or harmful to the survivors. They can establish facts about characters, the environment, equipment, or dangers yet to come. They could be beneficial, establishing a cache of weapons and supplies. They could be light and thematic, describing a budding spring rainstorm, or they could be dark and foreboding, hinting at a swarm of them lying in ambush just over the next ridge. When establishing truths, remember that while you are your character's advocate, you are also their adversary. Establishing truths is a fantastic way to overcome problems, but it is also a great way to create new ones. Once something is true, it is true. While you can build off the truths of others, you cannot contradict them. So, these things are true. The world is dark. Taylor, you failed the roll, so you are able to speak the first truth.
This is true. Rachel knows where to find a cache of supplies.
Alright, and now we will go ahead in a clockwise order, so it'll go Illiren, me, and then Kitsune, and then Taylor. Continue in that order. Illiren, you're up.
These are true. It's been getting unusually colder these past few days.
Keep in mind, you don't have to say these things are true before each of your statements. You can just say what is true.
Oh no, I just thought it was a good way to start.
Are you saying that we can't?
I'm not saying that you can't, but it's not something you need to do.
Oh, speaking of which, I need to dim one of my lights.
Alright, let's see. The door heading back to the hallway is locked. Kitsune.
One sec. What would be a good one?
Taylor, start thinking you're on deck, followed by Illiren.
Lily has helpful visions.
Okay.
All right.
Whether or not it's helpful for us or them is another question entirely.
Oh yeah, that's right. We do a truth for each candle.
Yeah.
Okay. There are stairs in these offices, but they only go up.
Okay. Illiren.
What's the person's name?
Rachel?
Rihanna? Right? Rachel?
Which one?
By the person we met at the end of the last scene. Rachel.
Rachel.
Dr. Ambers.
Isn't Dr. Amber's dead?
Nope.
Don't kill my friend.
That was
Guidance
Dr.
Your office.
That was Dr. Silvos.
Ah.
Dr. Ambers had seen the human-like figures walk around outside in the dark.
Okay.
Oh no, I have to think of another one.
Let's see. What do I want to do for this? Well, looking out into the hallway, Mitch thinks he sees a dark figure passing by the window. But when he looks again with the light, the hall is empty as far as he can see with his mag light.
All right.
And Kitsune?
Lily finds a lighter.
Alright. And I'll count 1, 2, 3. And once I say 3, everyone say, "And we are alive." And that's how we'll do it for the end of each truth session.
Okay.
1,
Mm-hmm.
2, 3.
And we are
And we
alive.
are alive.
Better than I've had it be in other games.
You're not wrong there.
No, that's
Just so folks know, over on the handouts page, there is a handout for the truths that everyone has access to view in case you forget what they are at any point and you want to reference them again. Alrighty, and folks, we are back. Let me go ahead and bring us back over to the game screen here. With a little bit of a caveat. People who have actually been paying attention, which I haven't been, are probably wondering why Kitsune has all of this information, because, well, I just checked to make sure everyone got a card from the right deck, and didn't want to look at what everyone's character was for my own enjoyment purposes of the game. I didn't realize that Kitsune was asking for meta knowledge rather than his character's knowledge, so Kitsune's role is now changing from a patient to a doctor.
At the point that I figured out what you were doing, I just went with it, but mental state was on me.
So that's just kind of how it is now. It's fine. I mean, yeah, now that I'm looking at it, I'm kind of wondering how you thought, because you can click on the picture to bring it up. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh. That's fine. Okay.
Lily's college retroactively was much more successful.
Yeah.
Well, and that a thing.
Alright, so I guess now we have 2 doctors and a patient instead of 2 patients and a doctor.
That's okay. Lily's about as crazy enough to be a patient.
I mean,
Yeah.
That's kind of the whole point here, isn't it?
Yeah. No, the whole point is to kind of blur the lines between doctor and patient in the module, so it's all good. I probably should have actually taken a closer look at what everyone was to actually know if I should give you that information or tell you to go piss off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you run the module again, you will know that ahead of time.
Yes. Knowledge for the future, and since I really like the module, at some point I will hopefully be able to run this module again, so
Hope to be able to join you again.
will be fun. This time you can play the other role.
Technically, I'm almost doing them both at the same time.
Yeah, kinda. Alright.
I think I should have done a truth as multiple personality.
Could have. I'll have the opportunity to after the next scene. But just so everyone remembers, I know the people who are watching, there was a cut, and we're just kind of coming right back into things. But for us, we took a quick 10-minute bio break. Well, there was a cut if you're watching this after the fact. If you're watching it live, you're just coming back as well. Truths after scene 1. Rachel knows where to find a cache of supplies. It's been getting colder day by day. The door heading back to the hallway is locked. Lily has helpful visions. There are stairs up in the offices. Rachel has seen human-like figures walking in the dark. Mitch thinks he sees a dark figure in the hallway, but then he shines his light, and it is gone. And Lily finds a lighter. Alright. As Dr. Amber's... And I will preface this by saying I might make some adjustments to bring things more back on track later. I have a few ideas, but we'll have to see how things go, depending on the roles. And the truths. As Dr. Ambers runs forward, Lily wraps you in a hug. The door heading to the hallway creaks shut. and closes. You can all hear a click as the door locks. And the lights in the hallway go dark.
Are the lights in the room we're in still on? Because we were in a room, right? Or like a hall of rooms somewhere in there.
You're in an office with a few desks that seem to have papers and computers and whatnot, and then 4 office doors leading to what look like doctor offices.
Right.
One of them you tried was Dr. Amber's office, and it was locked. You opened up Dr. Silvos, his office, and found he had hung himself. And you were about to open up the door with the blackened plaque when Rachel showed up.
It's been doing that. It's been. Hi, have we met?
I'm sorry, I don't believe I know you. It's a pleasure to meet you. And she reaches out and takes your hand and shakes it. It's a little bit clammy, but it's been getting colder recently, especially with the power flickering on and off.
That's how winter works.
It's winter?
It is spring.
That does make it a little less, normal.
Well, you know what they say. It sun's what provides the heat, so you take away the main heat source. Slowly but surely, we'll go down to below 0 temperatures.
What?
Who says that? Exactly.
Science!
I mean, thermodynamics. Yeah. Honestly, impressed that you know that.
I'm still kind of wondering where the they came in.
Scientists! The ones that wrote the books.
The lights in the hall has been turning off more rapidly.
Yeah, what'd you say your name was?
Oh, I'm Dr. Ambers.
Yeah. You know anything about the lights going off like this? I mean, I know we're running low on power, but the way they've been doing it doesn't seem natural.
Oh, I'm sure it's just the generators. I mean, I've seen people walking around the hallways.
We've seen literally no one.
Well, we saw those 2 from earlier.
Yeah, they weren't walking around the hallways. Most of the people are either holding up in their rooms or just straight up gone.
Also, wouldn't if the power was going down, it would affect all the lights on this levels equally? But in here, lights. Out there, no light.
She kind
Should
of
affect.
turns and looks. Yeah, no, the lights did go out, didn't they?
Yeah. Those ones at least might be, old buildings have old wiring. Sometimes stuff isn't quite as even as it should be, but that still doesn't explain the lights going out in the line down the hallway like they did.
I'm not sure about that. I haven't seen that.
I haven't either, but I take his word for it.
Yeah, I was the one watching the hallway while we were searching through one of the other rooms. But Not to mention that whole
Well,
deal with the
what did you do?
stayed in the room for a bit until the lights came back on. I don't know what the heck is causing this, but it doesn't seem to like the light.
Huh. Okay.
On a meta level, she totally thinks he's nuts, doesn't she?
Probably.
I don't know. I'm not giving out any more meta information.
Yeah, no, I'm
What?
pretty good at keeping it separate from my character.
Double
Yes, the
What?
less temptation, the better.
check everyone's rolls.
Have you been held up here for the past? It's been 10 days, right? 10 ish. It's kind of hard to keep track of the sun
I mean,
since the world went dark.
I mean, I'm not really too sure. I haven't really kept up with the days. I've been primarily trying to keep just kind of order here in the hospital.
Yeah, that ain't going so well.
There are some very unruly patients that need to be taken care of. But I mean, otherwise it seems to be going okay.
Ma'am, you and I have very different definitions of that word then.
What are you talking about? Everything's just fine.
I'm just gonna pull the door to the guy who hung himself shut. Just awkwardly make sure that door is nice and closed.
That's not exactly encouraging either.
I kind of figured you guys had closed it when you left it.
Yeah.
And we
It's
just
for the-
let him hang.
It's just for the awkward scene of everything's perfectly fine. Closed door and the guy hung himself.
Just slowly rotating on the fan.
I mean, you said you
Somebody turns on the light switch. Woo woo. Okay. I'm sorry.
Actually, that sounds
Yeah.
like something I would do, actually.
I mean, have you seen any other people recently?
We've seen a couple of them on the first floor, mostly. There were 2 people holed up in one of the rooms, the hallway out here, right by the door we came through. But last we saw, that room had gone dark too.
I mean, they could have just gone to bed.
Are you aware of how everyone's been acting recently? These people were terrified to go into the bathroom because the light went out.
That seems concerning. That must be incredibly. Are they using a bathroom in a different room?
You know, I didn't want to ask.
Nectophobia is pretty intense.
I'm sure they're doing fine now. They're probably still just in the room. If you said they like to stay there.
Hey, are any of the other doctors around?
Oh, I've seen a few of them. They're kind of going through the hallways and helping take care of the patients.
Okay, privately, I'm pretty sure this one's regressing.
Yeah, we haven't seen anyone
Yeah.
really in the hallways. Not even in here.
Hey, DM, do I know the name of the head doctor?
Head doctor would be. What was the third name I said? Reynolds?
Uh,
I don't remember. I
I-
didn't write them down.
we're going with Reynolds. It's Reynolds.
Cool, it's Reynolds. If it wasn't Reynolds, it is now.
He had
Is
his
his
name
first
legally
name
changed in the last
Ryan?
30 seconds.
Well, I know, Dr. Albrecht is still here. Oh, shit, you're asking me. Yes, it's Dr. Albrecht.
Okay.
Yep.
Doctor. Oh god, no, I'm confused about the names.
Dr. Something or other was the first person. Dr. Silvos was the second one, hung himself. Dr. Albrecht, third, apparently the head of the place. And then Dr. Ambers is this person we're talking to who seems to be just a little bit, either incredibly optimistic or has just gone psychotic and is expressing it as just denial.
Like, that's some strong denial if it is.
Denial is usually pretty darn strong.
Kind of like my denial that I fucked up a character roll.
That's fine.
Mistakes happen.
Yeah, and I'm in the process of fixing it, so don't worry.
As everyone knows, like Bob Ross said,
Happy.
it's not a mistake. It's just a happy little accident.
It's sure as shit gonna end up being a happy little accident.
You were a happy little accident, no.
That's what my mom's told me.
God damn it, you beat me
And
to
my
it,
dad told
Kitsune.
I'm sorry. I'm so used to replying with that.
You
it's
beat me to it.
honestly just a habit.
No, I was gonna reply with the same thing, so.
Great minds.
How about you and Lily keep talking? I need to talk with Dr. Albrecht.
Oh, I know Dr. Albrecht is still here. I've seen him, walking around. He's been helping me take care of some of the people here.
How have you been, Rachel? It's been so long since we spoke.
Oh, I've been doing wonderful, Lily. Thank you for coming to find me.
Yeah, I was worried.
I mouth distract her to Lily.
Want a cigarette?
Oh no, I think I'm okay with that. I'm not a big fan of smoking myself.
Okay.
Weird, but okay.
It's been so long since we spoke. Other than work, what's all been going on with you?
I was going to casually make my way over to Dr. Albrecht's office.
Mitch is going to sort of position himself in between so that there's at least
It's-
sort of a visual block.
It's not in this room.
Oh, it's not.
No, there's Dr. Ambers, Dr. Silvos, Dr. Reynolds,
Blacked out name tag.
and a blacked out name tag that, taking a look at it when you were going to open the door, it almost looks like it's been scorched away.
Oh, there is a Dr. Reynolds. I thought it was like, his name's Dr. Reynolds because you forgot it, but now you realize it's Dr. Albrecht. My bad.
No.
Misunderstanding.
I've been busy with work. Especially now there's so much to do. I haven't really had a chance to take a break for the past few days.
Oh no.
Especially after I wasn't able to work for so long. It's nice to be back.
Yeah, why don't we go into your office and have a seat? You look like you're quite tired on your feet.
Oh, okay. We can go sit down and have a chat.
Yeah.
Would the two of you like to join us?
I think I'll be good. I'll just keep an eye out for anything unsavory happening out here, just in case.
I mean, everything seems to be okay here. It doesn't seem like anything's wrong.
Well, you never know.
Well, Lily, should we head over into my office?
Sure.
Um,
I look at the other two while she's walking over and just try and convey with my eyes, whatever you have to do, get it done.
That woman, that woman creeps me out.
Yeah, I find myself agreeing with you more and more recently.
Weird.
It's pretty weird.
Dr. Reynolds' office then?
Seems good a route as any.
Okay. Well, Lily and Dr. Ambers go into her office. Bruce, you head over and try the door to Dr. Reynolds' office. Can you go ahead and make me a roll? Okay.
2 6s, no ones.
Good start. Good start.
Gonna
Uh,
say if this is the scene where we just immediately fail, but no.
Go ahead. What does this success look like?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I've never gotten to do this before.
No, last game we played, your first roll was when you died.
So I guess I die. Okay. Alright, nah.
You walk
Nah.
in and immediately peel over by heart attack.
So yeah, what does this look like?
Hmm. Hmm. The door was a bit jammed, but will eventually open with a little bit of force. Gotta give it a good shove. Apparently, someone put something in front of the door, which takes a bit of effort to push it off. Inside, it's like one of those nice, cozy ones, like a wood floor, a nice desk, open window for some reason. No one inside though.
Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, Bruce, you reach out, try the door handle. It's a little jammed. You have to use some force and put your shoulder into the door. Slowly push it open a little bit, then a little bit more. It feels like something is wedged behind the door, but you eventually manage to push whatever it was aside. Taking a look around inside the room. Light is on. The window is both windows. It looks like wait, no, there wouldn't be any windows in this room. You're in the interior of the building right now. You're not on the edge.
Yeah, I don't know where we are or what's going on most of the time.
um,
For some reason, one of the windows and we feel that he jumped to his death.
there's
That would
a
be too easy.
there's a big desk in the room. Papers strewn about it. And it looks like there was uh, another large table that had been pushed up against the door that you pushed out of the way, enough so that you could open and get in. It doesn't look like something that could have been put there with no one in the room, but kind of looking around, there's no sign of anyone in the room. Lily, you speaking with Dr. Ambers, you can hear this commotion coming from outside the office. Dr. Ambers kind of looks over. Oh, well, what do you think they're doing?
I don't know. Maybe they're just looking around.
She kind of pokes her head out. Oh, I don't think Dr. Reynolds is in right now.
Oh, it's fine. We ran him into him in the
Is-
hallway, and they were finding some stuff for him.
Yeah, he told us that his door was jammed.
Oh, well,
Looks like a table fell in front of it.
I'm glad you're able to give him a hand.
Happy to help.
Do you have a sweatshirt in here? I'm getting a bit chilly.
No, unfortunately I don't. I hadn't really needed one, so I haven't brought anything like that. It's not really the type of time of year for sweatshirts, unfortunately. So no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
She kind of gets up and kind of walks out. Well, do you need a hand trying to find whatever it is you're looking for?
You know, if you're willing to help, sure. We're looking for the keys to the front door. Somebody locked it by mistake, and you know, people are getting pretty restless.
Well, I can't imagine that Dr. Reynolds would have the keys to the front door.
Really? Well, he sent
Um,
us to go find him. We kind of figured it would be in his office.
as far as I know, that would either be with the head doctor or the warden. Yeah, no, as far as I know, that would be either the head doctor or the warden would have the keys.
Well,
Oh, wait, the head doctor? Yeah.
Uh, Dr. Albrecht.
I know of him. Long ago, never actually met him. I don't even actually know where his office is either.
Well, I think it's down in the other section. If we head out and down the hallway and through the double doors, it should be a little ways farther down.
Sure, why not?
I'm sure we can, if you don't mind, we could probably sort out that front door with no problem.
Oh, I mean, if you're
So,
trying.
although with the lights being on, it might be a bit dangerous to just walk blindly in the dark.
I mean, we should be okay.
I mean, we could bump into something or get lost without knowing where we're going.
I don't think we'd get lost. It's just a straight hallway.
I heard a lot about, like, in forests, how people, even if they're walking a straight line, do tend to, like, turn when walking. Something to do with how they favor one foot over the other.
Well,
It's completely possible, even if you don't see where you're going, to just somehow walk right into a wall.
I mean,
Well, he's. Sorry, I'll let you continue.
if we just have, we can feel our way along the wall if we need to.
That's actually not a bad idea. The problem being any doorways we'd have to across, but that shouldn't be too much of an issue, I don't think.
Do the key, the scanning locks don't really work without the power on.
I mean, the power seems to be on. I mean, all the lights here are on.
Isn't the... Okay, geography might be off. Was there a window next to the door leading to the actual hallway?
Yes.
Is there light coming from that window?
No.
It's power in here, but not in the hallway where the doors are.
As you say that, the lights begin to flicker a bit in the room you're in.
I don't think we can rely on anything that's going to need power the whole time we're using it. Couldn't get stuck somewhere without being able to get out.
That's like a serious safety problem. Just power goes out, you're suddenly locked in half the building.
I mean, we'd have to head out and try to see.
While they're talking and keeping her distracted, I'd like to search her desk.
Like
Okay.
you usually
If
do to
we're-
your friends.
Totally.
Hey,
Yes,
I'm
Norman.
greedy. What can I say?
Go
Hey.
ahead and roll for me.
$90.
Okay, what do you find in the desk?
Well, alongside more paper clips and office supplies, I'd like to say I find a small lighter and maybe a couple more batteries or a flashlight. Just like a keychain light.
Okay, yeah. Kind of looking through the desk a little bit quickly. Glancing over, you do happen to see a lighter sitting on top of it that you do manage to grab. Kind of a lot of the drawers are locked, but you do pull one open, You do get a small. You see sitting on top a small keychain with looked like a set of car keys on a carabiner, as well as a small kind of twist on, twist off kind of pocket light.
Okay.
And you do find a couple of small AA batteries.
Okay. I just slide them into my pocket while no one's looking.
Okay.
Then I just join the group again as if I never left.
Oh, you're back, Lily. We were just discussing if we should try to get to Dr. Albrecht's office.
Hmm. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
You can't be sure when the lights can turn on, so what if? Guess all I choice is to keep going.
Got nothing else we can do, really.
Hey Mitch, you've got that latch with you still?
Yeah,
Man in the way?
why not? I will proceed to go into the dark hallway and flashlight to help us at least stay near one of the walls.
Okay.
Is it one of the truths the door into the hallway is locked?
Yup. Thank you. I'm already aware of this.
It sounds like something you forget.
No, I'm keeping tabs on it. I'm trying to push you guys over there to find out that the door is locked since you don't know.
Yep.
I'm just following along with them.
Mitch, you make your way over to the door, flicking on your flashlight. As your hand goes to the door, you try to open it. The door handle is cold to the touch and rattles. The door is not opening as the lights begin to flicker a little bit faster in the room.
Oh, that's not good.
What's wrong?
Door's locked.
Hmm.
Dr. Ambrose comes over. What do you mean it's locked? I just came in.
Yeah, ain't that a thing?
She reaches out and tries the door handle, jiggles it a little bit, and the door creaks open. It seems fine to me.
Hmm? Whatever. Let's just go.
Lily
Mitch,
just silently follows.
Probably should
They are just trolling us by, letting her through.
Mitch, you head out into the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and make me a roll.
We're at, what's the dice pool right now? 8?
8. As you head out and begin trying to make your way down towards the double doors.
Okay.
I wish I could work my vice into this. I can't. It's not really too.
No.
I set the hallway on fire using nothing. Yeah, no.
You did roll 1-6, so you do still have narrative control. So what
Right.
does this look like?
Well, it's dark for one. Got the flashlight giving just enough light around us so we can stick to one of the walls. Doorways. I think I see something at one point. Flash the light around real quick, but there's nothing. And we get to the door.
Okay. You make your way down the hallway. At one point, you kind of are flipping around. You think you see something walking in one of the rooms, but doesn't seem to be anything there when you flash the light. It does remind you of what you thought you saw when you were in the other room, but it's dark. Could just be shadows playing tricks on your mind. But it's still,
I feel like that's the story of this entire module, but okay.
it still seems to be fairly unnerving. It still feels very unnerving to you as you make your way to the doors at the far end of the hallway. Heading down this hallway, it doesn't seem like it's another keycard door. It looks like you can just push the doors and head through.
Sure. Is there light on the other side at all?
As you push open the doors, you find yourself in another dark hallway.
No. Where do we go from here?
Those just keep following it.
Oh, I don't know if you heard. I would turn to Amber's and say, so where do we go from here, miss?
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that. Sorry. Must.
Oh,
Yeah, must
well, Dr. Albrecht's office is about halfway down the hallway on the right. We can get there. He might be in his office.
Maybe.
As she's saying this, as you're all talking, you do hear a voice calling out suddenly. Rachel, coming from back down the hallway you were just in. And she kind of looks over. Oh, Sean. She kind of turns back to you all. Well, if Dr. Albrecht's office is right there, you can stop by and see if he's there. I need to go help Sean take care of some of the people here. Everyone's been kind of looking for my help recently, so.
Yeah.
I give.
What?
What's that, Taylor?
I said, if I could just ask real quick, if you don't mind me answering. Sean, the name of one of the doctors here? Last name of any chance Dr. Silvos?
No. He's not Dr. Silvos.
Okay, just wondering.
No, he's
Thought I might know him.
he's one of my associates.
It's not like a suspicious way to refer to anyone. I don't say that in character. Just clarifying. Before you go, if I could have one more question, I don't know. Do you know if there's any backup generators in the basement by any chance? We heard something about that, and we didn't know if anyone was going down to check that out for the power situation.
Oh yes, I believe there are. I believe there are some backup generators down there. I'm not particularly sure where they are.
Do you know who might know? Janitors.
I mean, the maintenance might know, but you'd have to ask them. I'm sorry, I'm not quite familiar with if they are down there.
Yeah, well, no, just knowing they're down there and knowing who we might have to ask about it if we get super concerned about the power situation is very helpful.
I mean, if someone could go check on the power, you know, it'd be nice to know, kind of like what the situation is. I mean, it shouldn't take too long to head down to the generators. I mean, if they're on, so if they're like other generators, they'd be fairly loud. I'm sure they'd be fairly easy to locate.
Yeah, that's a good point. Of course, that depends on if there's a lot of echoing around down there, but you know, it's just easing my own concern about the power situation.
Right, well, I mean, I'm sure if you guys are heading around, well, I'll probably run into you again at some point.
Yeah, I'll see you around.
And she heads off down the hallway.
Lily runs up real quick and gives her a hug and tells her goodbye. Just stay safe.
I just need to go. You don't need to worry. I'm just heading out to go help some of the patients. And I'll be back.
Okay, but still, stay safe. You know how some of those patients can be.
Oh, I'll be fine. She kind of pats you on the head and heads down the hallway. And disappears into the darkness.
He'll be back, all right. That's the problem.
Sean, should we head on out? You said you needed help with some of the patients. Yes, no. There are some people who are requesting to see you. Their voices kind of trail off as they head down one of the other hallways. You hear a very faint beep. The sound of a door opening and closing.
Oh. The only one here thinking that lady was a little bit out of touch with reality.
I don't know what you're talking about. She's always been like that.
How did Sean spot her?
Sean. There, you know who Sean is?
I don't know, Sean.
Neither of you know who Sean is.
And I don't
Which
think I would
is-
know him.
And is it just me or did anyone else hear it sound kind of like talking to herself? Like, did we actually hear her talking to herself, or were you just doing the one side of the conversation?
I was doing both sides of the conversation.
and I only heard her.
No, you heard both of them.
We could have cut out for him. No, Sean was another person that was calling out to her.
Okay, so yeah, okay.
It was
I
probably just
clarified that.
desync on Discord.
Yeah, no. Had just the right time to make it sound like she was completely nuts. Of course.
Isn't that how it usually goes, though, with these sort of things?
Mm-hmm.
Things are odd. I mean, they've always been odd, but they're a bit odder now that things are happening. Anyway, it's strange.
Anyhow, let's go see about that office, shall we? And we will go down the hallway.
Off from the great adventure.
See the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz.
No.
Yeah. Put your hand on the person in front of you. Make it a little chain so we don't get lost from each other.
I merely grabbed the back of Mitch's shirt because I'm not tall enough to grab his shoulder.
Okay.
Right, and down the hallway we go in a conga line of terror.
The cargo line of terror.
Okay, yeah. Lily, you grab the back of Mitch's shirt, following him. Bruce, you kind of put your hand on Lily's shoulder, following behind. You guys get about 10 yards down. Bruce.
Hmm?
You suddenly realize, you can feel a hand on your shoulder.
Conga line of terror! Conga line of terror!
Cargo line of terror!
Everything's fine.
Rachel? I thought you left.
What are you talking about?
Rachel's behind me, aren't you? The only lights in front of us. Going forward. So.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that calls for Mitch turning around and shining the light toward everyone else.
Yeah, she's right here. Kind of stepping slightly over, looking back,
Yeah, you
expecting to see Rachel behind me.
step over to the side and look back, Mitch. You turn and shine your light back down the...
One sec, guys. Are you hearing that beeping sound as if someone's typing in Roll20?
No.
I've
I'm
heard
just...
it.
Okay, it must be somewhere on my end.
I heard it earlier.
I did forget to do this, though. Different audio track.
Okay, sorry, I was just hearing beeping at, the whoop sound.
Nope.
Honestly, as if someone was just spamming something in the chat.
Nope. Alright, so yeah, you
Okay.
step over and turn, and Mitch, you turn and shine your light. Turning, you look and there's no one behind Bruce. As you kind of shine the light back and forth, it begins to flicker on and off.
We need to get somewhere where we can find some light of some kind, or this barricaded door while we change batteries. I smack it a couple times, you know how that works sometimes with flashlights.
Percussive maintenance.
Yes.
Passive maintenance is the only kind of maintenance.
Yeah.
as you continues to flicker faster, off, then on, briefly, then off again. Bruce,
Well, Go
I need
ahead,
you to
I
make
won't
me a
interrupt.
yeah, Bruce, I need you to make me a roll.
I just want to say this is pretty far away from being in control of the situation.
Okay. For a second, Bruce, you feel a chill kind of roll over your body, like a wash of freezing air. As the light continues to flicker and the hall goes dark. With one more crack, Mitch, the light kind of stabilizes and turns on, and the chill Bruce kind of passes, he shines it over you.
My hand right now, resting on Lily's shoulder. It's basically trying to crush her shoulder now.
Ow! Let up! You're hurting me.
As you say that, Lily, the lights in the hallway kind of begin to flicker and slowly come back on. Dim, sporadic, which ones are actually lit. But there is light in the hallway again.
Well, now that we see, how about we not dilly-dally around here?
Can you please loosen your grip on my shoulder?
Oh. Sorry about that. Then go.
Okay.
Come on, let's go. Kind of pushing both of them forward.
That's happening. I just slip my hand into my pocket and grab a hold of my little keychain light.
Okay.
I'm smiling because I'm not panicking right now.
It's attached
Definitely.
to a carabiner and some keys, so you all hear a little jingle, some jangling come from Lily as she reaches into her pocket, but that's about it.
Right? They're making her way towards that office like she pointed us to.
All right, yeah, you
I'm basically forcing you to speed walk.
shining the light
For
as
Lily,
you
it's more like running.
make your way down the hallway. Kind of flashing the light quickly, looking at the different doors on the right, checking around on the left. You guys go for another about 30 yards, and you come to a door on the right-hand side that says, Dr. Albrecht.
Hello, Doctor.
Alright. Is the door closed?
Door is shut.
Are the lights on in the office?
It's hard to tell. You can't see. It looks like this door reaches all the way down to the to the floor.
Okay.
Well,
And it's since you did that, it does look interesting because this door has Dr. Albrecht's name on it. But it doesn't look like the other office doors. It looks like a heavier, more industrial door.
well, that's something.
Lily decides to try the door handle to see if the door opens.
Door. Make me roll.
Uh-oh.
3d6.
Ooh.
All right.
No ones, but
No ones, but still, unfortunately.
did not succeed.
I mean, it's fortunate for us in real time because that's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's
All
really
else fails.
unfortunate for Lily.
All else fails, we can try and
Alright.
kick it.
You reach out and jiggle the door handle. As you touch the door handle, the lights in the hallway begin to flicker on and off again. You all kind of look around as the lights begin to dim and go out one by one sporadically around the hall. Kind of feeling the panic setting in. Bruce, you kind of hurry Lily along as she turns the door handle and opens it, kind of quickly ushering everyone into the room as a dim light begins to emit out from the cracks in the side of the door. As you all walk in, taking a few steps in and kind of look around with the flashlight that you still have lit, Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
You're not in an office. Taking a look, there's a hard concrete floor beneath your feet. Pipes and wires kind of run along the ceiling, along some of the walls. It's kind of dusty and dark. A little ways down, a long, wide hallway from where you are, there seem to be boxes piled up along the sides. There's a dim, flickering, small, round light on the ceiling. There are a few doors, but most of this seems to be wide open space as you all kind of turn back. The door that you came through is no longer there.
Ooh.
And that is where we will wrap up that scene. So, before we finish up, we are going to do one more round of truths. And we will start with Kitsune. These things are true. The world is dark.
We find a map of the asylum.
Taylor?
Just build off that one. The map shows that we're in the basement.
That would be accurate.
Ooh.
It was that obvious, huh?
I just figured I'd solidify it.
Illiren?
Insignificant and of command. It'd have to be original and creative in something. I'm mad at this. Thinking originally.
It can be anything.
Alright. Alright, might as well test out something. There's a handprint made of ice on Bruce's shoulder.
Okay. Try to get this wrong.
You're wrong.
Rachel Ambers. Is the name trying to think of how to phrase this. Rachel Ambers is the name of an imaginary friend that used to talk to Lily when she was younger. Kitsune.
Oh. Simons was a specter, like a ghost.
Say that again?
Simons isn't real.
Who isn't?
The one who was calling Rachel over.
Sean?
Sean?
Sean was basically wasn't real. As if he doesn't exist, yet we still saw him. Kind of like
Oh, none of
A
you saw
ghost?
him. None of you saw him.
a disembodied voice. Sean didn't exist. Something along those lines.
Is it okay if I write it down as Sean was some kind of specter? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah. That's kind of what I mean. Like,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Because if we run into him more, we'll never really see a definite outline, just more of like an outline, but we can never tell his features and kind of like that sort of thing.
Okay.
Like, you can't tell if he's there or not, or if he does show up, we can't tell where his voice is coming from, you know, that sort of thing.
Yep. Taylor.
I don't know if this is kosher or whatever, because it's gonna be about them. So just tell me. I want to say they are toying with.
It's kind of the feeling I'm getting from them.
Okay, that's fine. And Illiren.
Ah, a second time.
I'm the only one that doesn't get to this round.
And I think that's a good and a bad thing at the same time.
Nah, it's all good. Illiren?
Alright. See. See. Alright. I've learned how to phrase this in a single sentence.
Okay.
I want there to be creepy singing children.
Wait, say that again?
I want there to be, like, creepy singing in the background.
Creepy
Like that actual thing that people, they hear.
Creepy singing?
Yes.
Okay. 1, 2,
There's
could
no
survive
found a
that.
source or should not be there.
1, 2, 3.
We are.
We are alive.
Okay. I was gonna say, the one that Illiren gave was the final.
I think we were all sort of waiting to see if you would say that was fine.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine.
You can have all the creepy singing.
Yeah, you can have all the creepy singing. Fuck, I almost gave you creepy singing last scene.
Like how we're getting so integrated into the storyline that we're all coming up with stuff that you were already planning anyway.